Hello everyone, welcome to Cosmo Muse Tarot, and especially welcome to those of you that have been followers for some time. I definitely have a big announcement. This is going to be the last reading I do for quite some time. I've been working really hard to get a new website up. My main thing is astrology, and several years ago I did have sort of like astrology lifestyle website where there were lots of collaborators and like beautiful content, and I think it was maybe just A, slightly ahead of its time, but B, I'm also not a great marketer, so I didn't really get it out there well. And kind of, I was wearing 50 different hats and working myself to death, and so kind of hit a wall with that. Went back to school, and I've been dipping my toe in different ways of like, what's the reboot? How do I approach this passion of mine now? I still love the essence of my Cosmo Muse name. And earlier this year, I had some new sparks of what to do with that. And I'm now creating a new website, but it's taking a lot more effort and a lot longer than I anticipated. And so several of my extracurricular things I do right now, I am putting a stop to for a while so I can really focus and put my head down and get this thing done. So hopefully it's something that can be put out early next year, is the goal. I was trying to get it, I wanted to have it done by the new year, but that's definitely not going to happen. It's going to definitely be 2-3 months into the year when that gets finished. But just seeing, how much work it's taking and time it's taking, I need to give a little more space for that. So I'm stopping this. I'm going to be stopping my Substack pretty soon until that's all finished. But I'm actually excited to kind of put a pause on all of these side things that I do for Cosmo Muse, so I can sort of sit on those, marinate about it, think of more thoughtful ways of how to integrate those back into the website I'm putting together to make more thoughtful content and content that all aligns together and supports, a whole system of things. And I've also really craved to utilize my YouTube channel to do a little bit more astrology and a little bit more produced, thoughtful, even like artistic, beautiful type of content. So maybe not putting out so many videos all the time, but when I do, ones that are like really, a little bit more artistic and beautiful in nature. We'll see when I get to that point. I need to set up on it all. Anyway, so I want to leave you guys with a really special reading since I'm going to be off for a bit. And there's one that I've had in the back of my mind I wasn't going to do until close to the, much closer to the new year. December, maybe even mid-December or something. But since I know I'm not going to be back until into the new year, I thought this one would be a really standout one to get to. And it has to do, and hang in there, it's definitely, you're going to need to listen to this intro before jumping into a reading to really get what this is about. And don't worry if you don't get the technicalities of this. Before I end the intro, I will distill it very simply for those of you that are like, what is she talking about? So there are, for those of you that don't know much about astrology, there are these things that we call ages. And so a lot of people say we've moved into the age of Aquarius. And these ages in astrology are like, I can't remember the exact number, but it's like 2,300 years when we move through an age. And it's hard to put exactly a date on when that shift happens. So there are some people that still question if we've moved into the age of Aquarius. And there's a specific astrologer who wrote a book, and this book was done quite a while ago, at least a decade ago, if not more, by an astrologer, Robert Wilkinson, who talked about these big ages. The book that I'm referencing is called Signs of the Time, and I read that and it blew my mind, and I was like, I am totally on his page in terms of like where we are with the ages and how to read those. And in his system, it's sort of like there are cycles within that greater age that you can break down almost like an hour, minute, and second hand. The hour hand being kind of that greater age that lasts over 2,000 years. The minute hand being more of these like 160-year cycles within that, and then the second hand being these like 15-year cycles within that. If I were to like map it onto something that you could relate to, it would be sort of like the age you're in is kind of like the world you're in, and then so that would be like the hour hand, and then the minute hand that's like more broken down cycles within that would be kind of like maybe how old you are within that world. And then that minute hand might be like the season or day that you're in. It's like much more present, much more in your face kind of thing, like what's immediately in front of you. And so he feels like we're still in the age of Pisces, and I would agree with that. I won't get into why that is, but this next part that I explain might help you to say like, oh, there is something to this. So it's sort of like when you go through... So he thinks we're in the age of Pisces, which is the last sign of the zodiac. It's very sensitive, it's very spiritual. And then he thinks that the minute sign has been moved into Pisces also, or like the minute cycle. The hour cycle would be like the age, that's Pisces, but like that minute cycle moved into Pisces in 1980, which kind of birthed a new organism in terms of that cycle. And so since 1980, we've been in a developmental phase of moving from infancy through childhood through teenagedom, and that minute hand also moved into Pisces because it's the last minute of that hour. And so now we're going through the seconds of that. And we've been in this spring phase of, in the second hand. Hopefully you're still following me. Since 1980, and specifically since 2010, we've been in this 15-year cycle that has been like the teenage years of things. And so it's a very Gemini related cycle. And so I wrote down some keywords that might help you be like, oh, that really does align since 2010. Like we've been so into these types of things. So that Gemini or teenage level of development has a lot to do with like intelligence, information, needing to be hyper connected, needing to be pollinating to create potential and exploration. So a lot of connection, a lot of communication. So if you think of 24-hour news cycles, social media, just this hyper connective stuff. And then like information, there's so much information, right? So much learning. How many master classes have you taken, or workshops, or this or that? And it's just like, just constantly feeding ourselves information, right? It's also a sign or developmental phase where we create pathways and channels. So even like you thinking more globally, when we saw the pandemic happen, we saw how globally our pathways of transits and distribution were really affected, because there's been, globalization has been there for a long time, but it really put a spotlight on how dependent we are on these like really intense types of like channels and pathways we've been working hard to develop in terms of like distribution and manufacturing and all that kind of stuff. Migration has been huge. There's been so many refugee issues and just mass migrations of people, even just like leaving bad conditions, borders have been flooded. That's part of this cycle, though, that was meant to be part of, and this is kind of like a callous way of looking at it, because I'm not looking at it personally. I'm looking at it from this like very, from this systems and development kind of lens, that like that teenage energy needs movement and pollination to happen. It needs to, mix up the gene pools. That teenage spring energy is the birds and the bees, and we don't want to pollinate inbreeding and cross, we need to mix up gene pools. We need to move things around a little bit, stir the pot to create different possibilities. And so from that kind of lens, there's some understanding that like migration was meant to happen, even if it came through really awful and difficult circumstances. So movement and travel have been big. Like, you think of Airbnb and all of the motorhomes, like the RVs and motorhomes have like ramped up. Like, how many people own motorhomes now, own Airbnb homes? Like, it's, that travel element is like just constant on the go. Even thinking of like Instagramming destinations, and it's ramped up, like people wanting to see really specific destinations, that whole thing. It's also a phase of really trying to figure out our identity and where our belonging is. So identity politics have been big. And because we're in this more sensitive organism, we've been needing to redefine identity and labels. And so even though it's been like, elements of that can feel teenagey, we have to go through it. We're in a more sensitive organism at the moment that's developing. And so we have to redefine certain things and be more sensitive to certain things. But with that, we also get some cliquishness and mob mentality. And then also in that teenage first couple years of 20s development, there is this mental health component that comes in. And so that has been a huge topic, especially for our teenagers, but for everyone. And anxiety is one of the greatest emotions associated with Gemini. So anxiety, mental health, really understanding our minds, understanding how our brains work. Brain and behavior has been like a big genre in psychology or therapy for some, for this time as well. So that has been an overlay since 2010, but moving into 2025, not only do we change into a new developmental phase, but it's sort of like moving from spring into summer. So it's, there's kind of like 3 developmental phases in a quarter. So we went through like an Aries, a Taurus, a Gemini phase for spring, and now we're moving into a summer quarter, but also a new phase, which is the Cancer phase. And so things we might see are things of like wanting to root down, wanting to create our foundations, becoming a little bit more serious about developing our personal lives, our foundations. The ages we're going into developmentally would be like 21 to 28. And that's a time when, this is a huge generalization. Obviously, this wasn't even my path, but some generalizations on that might be when people settle down and buy a first house or decide more specifically like a career trajectory, even if they don't stick with that initial career trajectory, but it's just like a little bit more serious. You're getting maybe paychecks, so like even if you can't buy a home or an apartment or something, you're renting one that feels sort of like your nest. You're kind of nesting things. You might be getting married. Some people might be having children, initiating that process of having children or thinking about children. And so there is this big halt that we might start to feel come 2025 of like so much movement, so much information, and then this thing of like really putting some borders on that, really putting some energy towards deepening rather than spreading. And so we may see kind of a halt in certain things, but an emphasis on really wanting to build foundations and stability and creating more soulful situations, more support systems, more soulfulness, and more imagination. But this is Cancer is ruled by the moon, so there could be a lot of moodiness. And just like with Gemini, there's like anxiety relates to that. With Cancer, insecurity relates to that. But that insecurity drives us to create more security. It drives us to take life in a way where you're trying to mature things a little bit more. And so if you look at it seasonally, it's also like moving from that blossoming and flowering stage into things, root systems deepening, because we know that the fruiting is about to come on, which is showing that maturity coming into more of a wholeness of things is coming. But that initial stage in the summer quarter is more about deepening to find the stability in preparation for fruitfulness to come. So some of the insecurity we may start to feel as a world is actually a good sign that some fruitfulness is coming, even though that's like 15 years away. And it just depends, everyone relates to Cancer differently. And that's what I want to look at in this reading. I want to look at every single zodiac sign, how you related to the last cycle, the Gemini cycle, what that was like, and then going into this Cancer cycle, what might that bring out? What is that going to look like? And so I want to do that as an overall universally, what does this generally feel like? And that will show you what I'm also going to be doing within each sign as well. And you're free to go look at how your sun sign relates to the Gemini to Cancer transition, how your rising sign does, how your moon sign does. If you have a planet you follow carefully, like if you know your chart ruler or the ruler of your sun sign, you may want to see like the sign that those are in, how do those relate? So you're welcome to go to a lot of these readings for the different signs to see how different aspects of you might be connecting to this, or you might be like, okay, so I have my astrology and I know that my career is ruled by, let's say, Libra. So how is Libra relating to these energies? And that might give you some information about career during this 15 years, that kind of thing, or any of your 12 houses. You could, break it down and listen to all 12 of them to see how each section of your life might kind of relate to this new energy coming in, and how kind of give a broad picture of how that Gemini phase, what that was really about for you. And it's going to be top level, kind of skimming the surface. Because I'm doing 12 signs here, I need to keep it somewhat reasonable. So it will be almost more like if someone were describing the basics of a book to you, kind of that top level feel, like summarizing a book, almost like what's the genre, what's the main character, and what's sort of the main plot point kind of thing. So that's what we'll be looking at like what that was about for you or for a sign in Gemini, and what that was about, or what it's going to be about in Cancer. But I do want to do this universally, so you're free to jump now into the by sign ones, or you can stick around and look at kind of universally, how is this playing out? What is this feeling like? So Gemini, what was since 2010 through 225, what was kind of like the genre here? Whoops, and we've got Chariot. Okay. So I've divided one of my tarot decks up into major arcana, court cards, and minor arcana. So the major arcana is showing kind of the genre that we've been in. The court card is showing kind of like what you developed in yourself, what you were focused on in personal development within that. And then the minor arcana will show kind of like what the environment, that plot point, what was the environment asking you to do. Okay, so we have Chariot. Six of Water. And Nine of Fire. Okay. And then I'm going to do a kind of an oracle card to match with each of these to kind of flesh them out a little more, and then I'll get into all of this thinking. That makes so much sense. Let's see. I don't want to cover up the Chariot. Let's see if I can stack these a little. Oops. Yeah, that works all right. Okay, so Chariot and Thinking for genre. Six of Water. Air for, I will tell you why I'm laughing, for what kind of like this is pushed with personal development, and then Nine of Fire and Gentleness with kind of plot points, overall plot going on. So this Gemini, since 2010, the genre, Chariot makes me think of, movement. Chariot does relate to the sign of Cancer, interestingly, because that's what we're actually going to be going into next. Which does feel more like drama to me. Well, Cancer is very imaginative, though. So Chariot... with genre, it kind of feels thriller-ish to me, like a thriller, like the chase, right? Like movement and chase. It does feel thriller-ish to me, and then the thinking on top of that is like really needing a lot of intelligence, needing to use your mind a lot, develop the mind a lot. Yeah, which to me with like a thriller it's almost like the time clock, the ticking time bomb kind of thing, where there's a time stamp put on something that's gonna happen, the race to get to something before a certain time, a bomb going off, or at this time something happens and you have to be there to stop it or make it happen or something like that. And so it's like needing to use a lot of mental energy to figure things out, to make things happen, to learn things, to make connection, so, and that does to me feel very Gemini. So it has kind of like a little bit of thriller genre going on with that Gemini. And then with like what it brought out in terms of personal development, the air again is Gemini is an air sign, thinking, air. So air is more of the mind. And so Gemini really relates to both of these things. So personal development, it's sort of like we've been intellectualizing. And this makes sense to me because we've moved into this like Pisces organism in terms of the minute hand that's more sensitive. It's sort of like we've had to unpack the way we've done things, go back into memory and nostalgia. And even though there's been nostalgia associated with certain things, we've had to unpack that and really analyze it and be like, wait, why were we doing things this way? Like that was so callous or insensitive, and like sort of intellectualizing and analyzing and picking apart memory and the past in order to come to more sensitive places, in order to gain a greater understanding of why we are where we are, why we are who we are too. So that makes sense too. That's sort of like the main character energy of that time, or the time we're moving out of. And then the 9 of fire with gentleness, that plot point again is sort of like this thing of like having to really look back on the past for some reason, look back on, and it does make sense because we are coming to the end of this huge, 23-ish hundred year journey as a world. And so there is something about coming into this final organism, this final body of that, this final 160 year cycle within that, where there is something about reflecting, looking back on that journey, looking back on the history of things, and like, yeah, so there's a historical component to the plot point of needing to, and that kind of aligns with a thriller too. There's a mystery involved here, where it's like we're needing to pick apart and unravel the past 2,000 plus years to understand why we are the societies we are, why we are the people we are, why we've ended up where we are, how things have gotten so complex, how did that happen? And that ability to reflect and look back on things and gain understanding through history, through reflection, has brought this urge, this plot point, that doing that we've been asked to do of unraveling the past, has brought in, whether we realize it or not, a lot of more like gentleness for why we are where we are. Gemini can sometimes be a little bit mean girl energy or flippant even. So the energy you may feel in any given moment may feel not like that. With that air energy, might feel a little bit more sharp. But I think as we finish this book of this 15-year Gemini period, by the end of it, there's something of an understanding that comes through of like, that does bring gentleness, which is a beautiful thing, because going into Cancer phase, that is a sign that brings tenderness and gentleness. And I feel like we have to go through some sharpness. We have to go through a lot of thinking and mind tricks and mental energy to unravel, to unpick, to analyze and critique and jab at things from the past in order to gain the understanding we need to be more gentle with ourselves, of like, we were born into environments, we were born with ancestral histories, we were born with history underneath us, and taking the time to understand that, even though that's been angsty and sharp and a little brutal, ultimately will land us into more tenderness about things, more gentleness about things. But I also think about, the way these younger generations are parenting versus like how I was parented or my parents were parented. There is a much more gentle approach to handling things and people, because there's just like a much more complex and sensitive understanding of things in general. So yeah, this all kind of, aligns for me, at least. Okay, so let's look at a peek into what this next 15 years, starting in 2025, sort of the genre. Let's look at the genre first. What is this about? We've got the sun. That's very interesting. It's fascinating to me because like the Chariot coming out for the Gemini cycle was a Cancer card, and then the Sun coming out for the Cancer cycle is a Leo card, which is the sign after Cancer. So there does seem to be this, eye on the future that we're tending to have, I think. But let's get some of these other cards out before I unpack it all. So, okay, like the main character energy. We've got Page of Fire. Okay. Oh shoot, I don't know how this happened. I meant to do a court card for that Six of Water. That's all right. For what, things are meant to be what they are. So Six of Waters was meant to come out. Okay, so we got Page of Fire for some main character energy there. And then let's get a Minor Arcana for more of that kind of plot point. Ooh, Seven of Air. Okay, interesting. All right. Okay, we're gonna get the Oracle cards as well, and then we'll decipher this all. Threshold. Yeah, I love that. Okay. Spirit. And for the plot, phenomena. Interesting. Oh, I did mean, well, I'll do it for this Cancer one. I've already not done it for Gemini, so maybe it was meant to not be done because we're kind of pretty close to done with this journey anyway, so maybe it wasn't necessary, but there is an extra card I meant to do that I will do for Cancer. Okay, fascinating. Okay, so Sun with Threshold, helping us to come into what the genre is here of the journey of the 15 years. So Cancer will be from 2025 to 2040. Is that right? 15 years? Yeah. So until 2040. Sun and Threshold. It feels, I don't know, when I think of genre connected with the Sun, I do think of something lighter, like either a little bit of a comedy or a dramedy. And then even just like looking at the energy on this card, I think of just something a little lighter, which I do like coming from this more thriller chase kind of genre we've been in Gemini season. There's something a little bit lighter, and it might just be more about how you connect to that Cancer energy, whether that genre is more comedy, dramedy, or something like a light drama where it's like I'm thinking of like more wholesome shows, like I don't know, where it's like what's a show? It's probably not one most of you have seen, but like I love PBS Masterpiece Theater. And there's some really great shows on that. And there's one called All Creatures Great and Small. And it's just like this it's about some vets in like the early 1940s or something in Yorkshire in the UK. and I don't know, it's just like each episode, it's like there is a little drama, but it always resolves, and it's always like there's always something positive to find, or a victory at the end, right? Like there's always that good sunny tie-up at the end, a victory at the end. So it kind of feels like that to me. That whatever the genre is that you may feel present, whether it's comedy, dramedy, or a lighter drama, it's like there's always like a nicely wrapped up package at the end. So it does feel lighter. And then with threshold involved there with genre, this is actually interesting. It sort of feels like a different genre is coming out. Like a genre we haven't really had might be tapped into. So like what we feel the genre of the next cycle is something that's like different and new, which could make sense because we look back at this Gemini cycle and we've been doing this unraveling of the past. We've really been unstitching and analyzing and reviewing the past 2,000 plus years, which then once you start to go forward, which I feel like we're doing in Cancer season, it's like being able to see a new way, a threshold to do a new way, tell stories in a different way, create in a different way. Discover different types of genres that haven't existed. So there's also that component there, which is interesting. I'll leave it at that. It is a 15-year cycle that we haven't even started, so I'm just kind of picking at the surface of things. And then like main character energy coming out for this cycle, we've got Page of Fire along with Spirit. And so interestingly, I kind of expected some more moody things to be coming out for Cancer, but I do feel more levity here. Oh, something just came up too with all that fire energy, and then the sun is like, that Cancer energy starts on summer solstice when we are at our longest, brightest days. And it can be, like if you also were to look at like the Celtic wheel of the year, that's the midpoint of the fire element. And it is a lot like a very heated time as well, a lot of heat involved. And then we've got this Page of Fire. So there is something coming up here where for some people, there could be some heated things that come up. There could be a little heat around things. Positive and negative. Sometimes that heat is enjoyable, relaxing, vacation feeling, seductive feeling, adventurous feeling, and sometimes that burns. Sometimes that's exhausting. And it could be because the moon is a moody thing. It changes signs every 2.5 days. We may have that element where it's like, 1 minute that feels lovely in the heat, and the next it's like too hot, burned, exhausted. And so it could we could have a moodiness of how we are experiencing this genre of heat, but also some victory energy around that, and different, thresholds, different, the unexplored, the unseen, the untapped, new frontiers type of stuff. How that's experienced may sometimes feel warm and welcome, and sometimes burning and exhausting. Anyway, so that's just like an interesting thing that came up, because now I'm seeing like Page of Fire. So like the main plot or the main character energy is a little fiery, is a little bit adventurous and creative and energetic. And then in that page energy, it's like a playfulness is coming in there too. And Cancer does have whimsy and imagination. So I kind of like seeing this come up because I don't know. I was expecting a little bit more. Well, when we get to the Seven of Air, there could be some serious energy. But that main character energy is a little bit playful, is a little bit youthfully passionate, curiously passionate. New kinds of, but along with that threshold, we have like new kinds of creativity, new ways of creating, new energy, and a playfulness, an imaginativeness around passion and creation and motivation. There's something different happening. But that main character energy is very spirited too, very spirited, very playful, maybe sometimes whimsical and naive, but still, I don't know, like I'm feeling a quirkiness coming through. Spirited and quirky and just okay with being unique, I guess. Okay with trying different things, with what develops within us being things that are a little bit more whimsical and imaginative, but spirited and creative at the same time. So plot point does get a little trickier though with the Cancer, and I was expecting some sort of like deeper, more adult themed to come out in some way with Cancer. So we do see that with that Seven of Air. Oh, but that plugs into, because I was like, why am I feeling uniqueness? That's more Aquarian to me, but there's something coming up here of like, being original and different. And then that Seven of Air is an Aquarius card where it's sort of like you have to learn how to different than that Gemini energy that we were in, where you can kind of get into mob mentality or be fearful of being different than the crowd or standing out or speaking out against the crowd. The Seven of Air is that challenge to hold your originality despite the crowd, not needing to fit in, really embracing your differentness, how you march to your own beat, how you stand out. But the Seven of Air can also be sort of the wolf in sheep's clothing. So there could be some in that plot point there, some of that plot point that might be coming out is learning to just stand in your originality, be unique, discover that because it's a page, discover that in new ways, but also like keeping your eye on complexity, your eye on things that feel off, things that don't belong, not because they're other, but because there's something that feels shifty, something that feels shady going on. So there is that element of like wolf in sheep's clothing that I think will come up with this in terms of plot point going on. But also really being and learning to speak out, and sometimes to call out those types of things of like, something's different here that doesn't feel good, and I can't say why, but the rest of the group is all for it, and it's hard to speak against the group. And sometimes you do, that might be part of how we learn to just stand in our original unique vibration, is like having to speak up and say things that are against the tide, and bring attention to things that might get pushback from the crowd, from the group. But saying like, something's disguised here that I feel we need to keep an eye on something here. Yeah, and then phenomena, I just want to look at the book's definition again really quick. Let's read this. Life entered with its own exalted and intrinsic form, anomalous and primeval, its inspired vocabulary is unknowable, yet its magnetic whisperings can descend into the heart of all matter, cradling and nurturing and gestating in the indifferent night, the magical light of creation. Magic, action, conception, form, and matter. Bringing, like, conceiving of new things, conceiving of very different original things. And there is an Aquarius overlay that does take place with things. I won't get into the details of it, but there's two really specific things that overlay this time period. Is that Pluto for this whole cycle will be in Aquarius. Pluto is our slowest moving planet we use in astrology, that we typically use in astrology. And it takes about 20 years to move through a sign, give or take a little. It's a little, depends on where it is in its elliptical orbit. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it will be in Aquarius. Like it moved into Aquarius for a few months this year, and then it's now dipped back into Capricorn. But end of November, it moves into Aquarius for good for that next about 20 years. And so there is this Aquarian overlay in terms of Pluto power constructs, psyche work, how we are finding empowerment, shared resources, those types of things. But also there's these greater cycles that happen with like outer planets when they connect. And when Jupiter and Saturn meet up, it takes them about 20 years to meet up in the same degree of the zodiac, to have like a meeting about what their next 20-year agenda is. And Saturn is like our norms and constructs and societal form is, and then Jupiter is sort of like culture and philosophies. And they have this pattern where they meet up every 20 years, but for 200 years, they'll meet up in the same element. And so we have these grand cycles of elements. And then when it's about to shift into a different element, it will meet up in that new element for like, for the, a 20-year transit. And then they'll go back to the old one. And then they go back into that new element for that next 200 years. And we have since 1980, when this new kind of second hand took place, this new Pisces organism really has come into its last form, where in 1980 we had that meetup in an air sign, and it had been in earth signs for 200 years, hence the Industrial Revolution. Met up in 1980 in the air sign, started introducing more intelligence tools and objectives. And then in 2000, it went back into an earth sign for 20 years. And then in 2020, it met up in Aquarius, and it will be that Aquarius overlay for 20 years. And then other earth signs after that for about 200 years. And so there is in two different ways, there are these really grand Aquarian cycles. So it is interesting to see that Aquarius energy come up. And I do think that we're going to have a lot of original conceptions. And that is where there is that threshold energy, where there's that new, even finding new kinds of ways of being, having to tap into playfulness and whimsy to even conceive of these new ways of being and these new ideas and conceptions that are coming forth. But there is, I don't know, it does feel like espionage going on here in like a bigger, global type of picture of, with that seven of air and the wolf in sheep's clothing, or the thief stealing things. It does feel like espionage, like picking up, but it's more of like ideas and new conceptions that are kind of we're all trying to kind of control or whatnot. It's very interesting energy. Very interesting. It wasn't what I expected, but it does make sense with some of the astrology coming. I did expect to see a little more moodiness, and it's interesting that didn't show up as much as I would have expected, but just knowing that there is that Cancer overlay, I think just tapping into what I said about like the heat of things, the creativity of things, sometimes that will feel exciting and pleasurable and warm, and sometimes it will feel burning and exhausting and yeah, so kind of I think we'll all experience like some moodiness with how we experience the heat and the fire of things during this time. Okay, so I will do that last card I meant to do, but I don't think we need it for the Gemini period, because this is talking about what is the compass, what is the direction from spirit, these are called inner compass cards, and like what is the compass directive we need to kind of be able to bridge all of the things that have come out about this sort of summary. What is our best step method and process to move through all of this? It says the compass. That's interesting. Feels like mapping new things. With the threshold, that makes sense, where it's like we are mapping new things. We're forging new territory. So it's like creating maps is like a way to move through this in order to find the directions, in order to understand what directions even are in these new thresholds, new conceptions, new forms of things. Working to map things out is sort of how we're being told to move through this. Okay. Now I will move into doing this for each astrology sign, seeing how each, this is more of this very broad overview of things, more universally, but we want to see how each sign will relate to that Gemini versus Cancer energy, because Gemini sees each sign in a certain way, and then each sign sees Gemini in a certain way, and same with Cancer. So we want to kind of, explore that by sign. How are there some differentiations in terms of how this might be experienced based on, your signs. So I will see you in those readings, and then once those are done, I will see you in many months, sometime in 2020, hopefully early 2025. Have fun. I hope this is interesting to you guys. It's one I've been very eager to do, so I'm excited to get into it. All right, see you guys. Hello, Aries. Welcome to your reading, where we are going to be looking at comparing how this Gemini in phase from 2010 to 2025 has been, what it's been about for you, versus the next Cancer phase from 2025 to 2040, how that will be. And it's very, I guess you don't have to watch the intro, but you probably won't really understand what this reading is about unless you do watch the intro. And then also, if you did watch the intro and watch the more universal reading about this, I'm going to do it a little bit differently in the by sign, just because I need to get through 12 of these, so kind of made a way to do it in a little quicker fashion. So I'm going to be doing more of this comparison of the genre of, if you were to summarize this period almost like you would a book, what was this Gemini versus Cancer, and I'm going to be doing that with the components I used in the universal reading. So what was Gemini versus what's going to be Cancer in terms of like the genre. So we'll look at the genre first. So Gemini, for you guys, that since 2010, the genre has been one of like an epic. Like you had to really sort of leave a foundation you knew to kind of go on a journey to rediscover your sense of individuation, who you were. So it could have been a period where there were a lot of changes, a lot of constant shifts, a lot of adventure. And then coming into the Cancer period, what is kind of like the genre overlay on that. So coming from an epic type of feeling to feeling this one. Ooh, temptation. One where you are going to, it sort of feels like that, what was that movie with Al Pacino and Keanu Reeves? It's a little bit older, but it was, I'm thinking of all these older movies, or like The Firm with Tom Cruise, where there are, like you may find yourself in positions of power or authority, but there may be things that become accessible to you that maybe don't align with who you are, your ethics, your morals. Nevertheless, they are seductive, and so kind of that psychological kind of movie of like having to maybe touch into a little bit of temptation and going through learning that comes with some chains and controls that you don't always, that aren't enjoyed, and finding how to sort of maybe walk away from certain things that don't align with you. So it does feel more of this sort of psychological genre versus the epic. Okay, we're going to look at sort of archetypes. What was the archetype that, in terms of like personal development, what was kind of being developed in you during the Gemini phase? Let's see. And this one wants to come out. King of Aries. That's really interesting because I saw that in my hand as I was shuffling, and then I just kept shuffling. It wasn't really coming out, but I just sort of got a glimpse of it, so then it did come out. Yeah, really developing some kind of mastery and authority within yourself, strategy, like really understanding how to be strategic, how to create plans, how to take ideas and move them from that idea phase into a place where you can actually show that you have a certain amount of wisdom around the realm of mind, around being able to make connections, being able to implement ideas, being able to be strategic. So yeah, whatever this epic was about really developed some things in you that helped you to utilize a wisdom that you possess in that realm of ideas, connection, strategy, that kind of thing. So moving into Cancer, what kind of personal development will this push in you? And we've got, let's see. Page of Water. So a much more playful time, a much more whimsical time, a time to get in touch with the realm of emotion, which I kind of laugh when I think about Aries with that. But it is interesting because like the way that you guys will be seeing Cancer, it lives down in your 4th house where there is that element where you connect into home and foundation and depth and soulfulness and nurturing. And that really does connect with like that water element, but there's something in there where you're feeling like a playful spirit with this, a spirit of wanting to learn and be curious and open to wonder and explore and allow something more whimsical in you to be explored. But then I love that temptation coming up because the way Cancer sees you is it wants you to be in positions of leadership and control and power and like the boss. And so I do love that dichotomy coming through because that does reflect how this phase kind of it does relate to you in certain ways. So there is a push-pull here where I think that you're really wanting to focus more on some depth and tenderness, and the world is like trying to put you in powerful situations. It does show that like in terms of personal development there is some naivety coming through here, so just that sign of like, you know, be careful a little bit because you're in this more youthful mode, but you're, you know, might be around things that take a little bit of wisdom and maturity to navigate. So yeah, just a note. Okay, and then looking at kind of plot point type of energy. So from this past Gemini phase, we've got 2 of fire. Yeah, that's so interesting with the Tower and 2 of fire. There is that epic, like you've really been trying to find direction, find new pathways, new direction. What is your direction in life? That kind of thing. So a lot of wandering. It does feel like a lot of wandering, but nonetheless, even in some meandering or some big epic journeys where there's been a lot of change and shakeups, you've still really developed a strong wisdom within yourself around ideas and strategy and relationships and that kind of thing. But yeah, definitely kind of epic energy, journeying, changes, really discovering your North Star in a new way. Okay, and then for this next phase coming up with Cancer, I feel like this one wants to come out. We've got 6 of water, which is interesting because that came out in the universal reading for the Gemini phase though. Nostalgia coming up though. So we've got kind of this like psychological genre, but your personal development is a little bit more playful and whimsical within that, maybe even naive within that. And then the plot points is sort of like moving through memory, through nostalgia. You may be unpacking things from your past that are both beautiful and difficult, and it's helping you to, I don't know, come into like a new version of yourself, helping you to offload some heavier things, to feel a little lighter, to feel a little bit more open to possibility and different things in life, all the while like kind of being in this environment or genre that's a little bit has some gravity to it at the same time. It's very interesting, but I do feel a lightening in your soul and your like what you're focusing on. There's something lightening up, but it's because you're unpacking things from the past. because you're allowing yourself to feel things. But all in this atmosphere of like power and and whatnot. But that's all to say, like, I think you'll find your I don't know, just like a new sense of what your values are in life. So all of that, developing like a lighter sense of self and unpacking the past within this more psychological background, it is just like you're redefining what your values are and what is right and wrong, and worth it and not worth it in just like new ways for yourself. So let's add overall a Supra Oracle card here, Primordial. So there is a steep climb for you guys. But so, I don't know if I would say a steep climb. It's like, let me look in the book really quick how they're using Primordial. Yeah, getting to the truth of things, really coming into your essence, really understanding your essence. Your truth, your power, and the immensity of your spirit too. Yeah, I'm glad I looked at the book in terms of how they want to talk about. Okay, and then a inner compass card says some guidance of like what's the compass spirit wants to give you to sort of move through this new Cancer phase coming up. Me time. Well, Aries, you guys are good at that anyway. You're the masters of personal time and space. But this is saying like, because I think you're digging up and going through your past, there's just like a lot of time needed to process in order to get back to your truth and essence, in order to find your moral compass and new values that are yours, that weren't given to you, that you know are yours because you connected to them on your own. But yeah, it feels like a lot of need to process things. So some space for that. But on top of that, I do love seeing that Page of Wands, like your personal development is lightening you up a little bit. Okay, interesting. So that is just like sort of a comparison, top level look of these 15-year cycles, what we are coming out of and what is coming in. So wishing you well in the next 15-year journey, the Cancer cycle journey. Again, go watch the intro if you don't know what I'm talking about. And I will see you in 2025. I'm going to be back a little bit later. I'm taking a break for a while. All right, see you guys. Hello, Taurus. Welcome to this reading where we are going to be looking at this past 15-year cycle that's kind of had a Gemini flavor to it that we're ending this year. And then the Cancer 15-year cycle that we're coming into that will last from 2025 to 2040. So kind of a big deal here. If you have not watched the intro, I highly suggest, you may not really understand this reading if you don't watch that. So I'm doing it a little bit differently. If you did watch the universal reading I did in the intro about this, I'm going to do it a little bit differently in these by sign ones, just so that I can get through these 12 different signs in a reasonable amount of time, where I'm going to be doing kind of a quick compare and contrast on all of the different components I'm looking at within those cycles. So initially looking at like, what was this genre for you guys? And for Taurus, I didn't really go into this in the intro, just I needed to put some limit on that long intro, but it's worth bringing up to you guys and anyone that does watch Taurus, that there's another layer to how these cycles work, in that, so it's been a Gemini cycle, so we want to see like for Taurus, you saw Gemini as like your second house, your values, but Gemini saw you as its 12th house and kind of put you a little bit in the arts and spaciousness and a little bit out into the ethers. But at the same time, if you look at the Pisces chart, which is the like the hour hand and the minute hand, it places Taurus in its Gemini phase. And so there has been this element of like how that like wherever Taurus has been in someone's chart is the aspect of their chart that has really picked up and had a lot of movement and communication and things busying around. So coming out of this Gemini cycle, especially if you had like sun or rising or even moon in Taurus, there probably was a lot of emphasis on you guys, a lot of spotlight on that Taurus energy. Things may really have felt like in the last 15 years you were like hyper connected. A lot of things moved, a lot of connection happened, a lot of community was cultivated, or learning was cultivated, or, just something, information, whatever. But anyway, so we're going to look at this past Gemini cycle. What was kind of like the overarching vibe, or like the genre is what I'm saying, star. Yeah, you guys kind of wore the star of this cycle. It was a time that like really moved things for you guys. Versus in Cancer, you may be exhausted by that, honestly, and so it may be sort of a relief to hear that like things may not be as emphasized for you in this cycle unless you have some Gemini or Cancer important planets or points. So star versus in Cancer, this Cancer 15-year cycle, we have the World. So still quite prominent. There's a lot of prominence here for you guys still. So in Cancer, you guys see Cancer in your third house of connection and communication. So that thread still does kind of stay with you guys. A lot of movement, a lot of connection. And then Cancer sees you guys in its 11th house of networks and popularity and fame. So that does make sense. Like you may not feel that same kind of sort of like star power, but you may be coming into more kind of like solid successes, even behind the scenes type successes, just coming into your strength. So genre wise, this is like, I don't know, A Star is Born type of drama energy, but a lot of hope and navigating sort of fame, where versus the World feels more just concrete drama, but one where it's like a drama that's very professional, world centered, a workplace drama, or a like Succession, a drama with like centered on like power dynamics in corporate world or something like that. But yeah, you're like, but it's more of coming more out of like spotlight to power sort of thing. Okay, and now we're going to look at sort of this personal development that this brought about for you. So in this period we're moving out of, what kind of personal development was it? Like main character energy, bringing up interesting Page of Fire. So it was really fun, but that also is like compared to like being in the spotlight and then being new at something, there is sort of like being thrown into the center of things that you didn't really have background in or experience in or wisdom in. So like a lot of sort of baptism by fire energy, but being able to keep a playfulness within that, being able to keep intact a sense of wonder and interest. But yeah, there is that thing that there are times where you may have gotten a little over your head, or felt a little out of your depths, which, to be honest, can sometimes bring some traumas, make us grow up fast. So there may be components where you had to grow up fast because of certain energies that were playing out in your life. But for some of you, you may have been able to keep intact just like a lightness, a playfulness, just learning a lot. Yeah. But I do get the sense with like the bigness of the star and like sort of a fame component or a popularity component or just standing out component with a page energy is I would not be shocked if the majority of you have like felt at moments kind of like a little bit overwhelmed and thrown into the deep end. Okay, so looking at that in this next phase, yeah, so messenger of air, like really actively working to, like, you now are becoming an active participant in making things happen rather than kind of being thrown into things. It's like now you are in some kind of position, standing at the summit of something, and now needing to use your influence to make things happen. Needing to use an assertive nature, a boundary pushing nature, assertive nature to make things happen for yourself, to take the reins of life in your hands and sort of determine where you're going instead of feeling sort of thrown into life. So it does feel like you're getting a little bit more control of life in this Cancer phase. A little bit more intentional, a little bit more determined, a little bit more, but still a youthfulness, still not necessarily in like master wisdom energy, still kind of throwing yourself into fresh, interesting things that you may have to learn on the go a little bit, but expanding and being more intentional, being more, a little bit of in control about what you get yourself into versus being thrown into something. Okay, and then looking a little bit at plot point around it all. 2 of water in that Gemini cycle. I do enjoy seeing this. I think things that you did get thrown into, I think aspects of that you did find yourself, and you did find maybe like soul people, soul spirits, and a lot of reciprocity and a lot of beauty and a lot of deep connections there. So like, really understanding who you are in terms of what you need and who you are in terms of what you can give, and learning a lot about understanding like really enriching reciprocity and really soulful kind of connection. So you may have had to go through a lot of ugly frogs, a lot of what didn't work, to really start to define and understand what does feel enriching to you, especially like relationally. Okay, and then in this Cancer period, we've got 9 of fire. a lot more, I don't know, like intentional journeying coming into this. I do think you're being given a little bit of space and time to reflect and integrate things during this Cancer period. This does show that you are going through things that will bring you wisdom, but showing up as the messenger of error. If this were a king, I would say you're able to utilize wisdom you have, but I feel like with the messenger of error, you're going through things, going through challenges and failures and successes and, those journey type things to develop wisdom, to have something to look back upon and feel like, oh, wow, I really learned a lot there. I really charged into that. I really made clear intentions and followed my dreams and wishes. But that was a journey. And through kind of throwing myself toward what I wanted, I learned a lot. And through the ups and downs of that, I have integrated some new, very worldwide wise wisdom. So that's actually the world showing up in like a different context even for me now, where it's like you may be like doing some world traveling too, some literal journeying. You may live somewhere different, foreign. You may just do a lot of foreign travel, or just the sense of your life may feel even just intellectually, because we have messenger of air, like you're just doing a lot of pushing your mind, exploring the realm of the mind, philosophies, that kind of stuff that like really push your worldview. But yeah, that's definitely, a little bit of an epic in this one versus sort of like some kind of story about fame or popularity here. Okay, we're just going to pick 2 more cards for the Cancer cycle coming up, just to give you some direction. We have sincerity, so stay connected to, I feel like it's referencing this 2 of Waters that you learned in that Gemini cycle of like what really enriching connections feel like and what sincerity feels like. Really stay connected to that. That's something that will be very helpful for you, to really stay connected to sincere people, to really present yourself in sincere ways. And then the inner compass guide saying harvest. That's beautiful. So practice. Harvest to me has this thing of like a certain skillful productivity is what is needed to create successful harvests. And even when you have a successful growing season, you still need processes and skills to gather that properly, so things don't go to waste or get lost or die on the vine, or even if you pick them, they can still just like go to waste if you don't use them. So there is this thing of like processes, productivity, developing a skillfulness is something that would be useful for you to stay connected to in this next journey. Okay, that's where I'm going to leave you guys. I hope this was interesting and insightful, and I'm going to be gone for a while, but I'll be back at some point, hopefully pretty early in 2025, but yeah, hopefully this was interesting, and I will see you in some months. All right, see you guys. Hello, Gemini. Welcome to this really interesting reading where we are going to be looking at broad strokes, summarizing, as if I was summarizing a book almost, what this last 15-year Gemini kind of overlay has been about for you, and then comparing and contrasting. So at the same time, I'll be jumping back and forth looking at what this next 15-year cycle will be about with kind of that Cancer influence. What I can say, being a Gemini yourself, is that even before getting into the cards, this 15 years has been a lot about, and we always start out at the beginning of journeys, and then by the end, we sort of reach the destination asked of us. And because this overlay has been your own sign, and if we're in a different sign, so say we just did Taurus, when it looked at Gemini, put it in its values. When Gemini looked at Taurus, put it in its kind of like arts and ethereal space. But for you guys, you look at Gemini as self, and Gemini looks at you as self, like it's the same spot. And so it's sort of like this first house energy or rising sign type of energy, where it's like this 15 years has been a lot about trying to teach you how to stand up for yourself, how to make things happen for yourself, how to be the one that takes charge of your own life, how to make life happen for you. No one's going to make it happen for you. You have to make it happen for you. So how can you take those bold moves, those entrepreneurial energies, and do things for yourself, make things happen because you made them happen. So that being said, let's get into your reading. Looking initially at like the overall vibe, I'm kind of, because I'm doing this like book theme, like summarizing a book, like what's the genre kind of energy a little bit. So we're going to look at that for this Gemini period, and then what the Cancer period will be. Oh, that's interesting. Aries also got the Tower. So, and I do like this because the Tower is ruled by Mars, and Mars naturally aligns with like a first house energy. And it's all about out with the old and creating, because it's time to create new order. It's time for you to connect to new impulses and new direction in life. So this 15 years could have felt like there were a lot of shakeups, a lot of things trying to get you to detach from how things used to be, and to channel a new sense of taking command of what you actually do want, allowing the things that have fallen apart to give you space to make new order in your life, to connect to new impulses, connect to new direction. So a lot of shake-up energy, where you are now versus where you were in 2010, which, I mean, generally it's a long period, so everyone's going to be in very different positions, but like you may be in a very, very different life than when you started. Okay, and then this coming one, interesting, some similar cards are coming out. This also came out for Aries. Why are you and Aries so similar? Fascinating. Anyway, so this next one you could find like, the Tower one, this feels like battle, like a battle genre, like a war genre to me. And then this one feels more like, a drama set in the realm of profession and power and influence, where you may find yourself in situations. You have a different energy than Aries though here. It's not quite the same read. To me, it's more pure temptation to me, because the way Cancer is seeing you guys is in the 12th house, where there's a lot of illusion and fantasy. So it's placing you in some very like clandestine type of situations, and situations where maybe there's like a lot of glamour and temptation coming from that kind of thing of like, where does that seduction and glamour persuade you to do things you normally wouldn't, and then learning lessons through that, right? It feels a little bit more a little bit more illusionary than what Aries energy is with that. Okay, so let's look at main character energy, like what kind of self-development was this last phase trying to get you to work on? Page of Earth, yeah. Rediscovering yourself, finding a new sense of self in terms of like who you are in a practical way. What are the things you need to do practically to get life moving in new directions, but staying open and staying playful in order to connect to possibility. So a lot of like personal exploration of who you were becoming, who you wanted to be, but in ways that were very pragmatic at the same time. Okay, and then what is this next cycle going to bring self-development wise? King of Air. Needing to really develop a lot of wisdom in terms of intelligence and mind and connections and communications. Really finding a sense of wisdom and command with that. So I do like seeing this King energy in relation to the temptation. Like if, you know, the page ended up and then there was temptation, it's sort of like you're sort of fed to the wolves a little bit. But with King energy, it's like stay in your wisdom. You may find yourself being really strong against a lot of shadowy, glimmery, miragey things and temptations. You may still find an ability to stay kind of like really in a sense of wisdom and a questioning and a probing, like really using your mind to like investigate and do due diligence and like stay wise to things rather than like getting yourself embroiled or entangled in things that are hard to get out of or that get you in trouble. So it's like, but development on staying wise to things definitely coming through here. Okay, looking at more sort of plot point. So from this past Gemini cycle, we have 4 of Waters. Oh, that's fascinating. I think you really have to push yourself out of the cave. It makes sense, like if, you know, feeling this sort of almost as like a war drama in some way, that can be really destabilizing if everything you've known gets sort of destroyed in some form or fashion. You can just crave to kind of like hunker down to make yourself feel stable and safe in some way and sort of hide yourself away. But also this feeling of like you were also developing something within and it was like you weren't quite ready to share it with the world. So even though that self-development was exploring new ways to pragmatically be self-determined and self-made, there were aspects of you that went through a lot of internal development, a lot of contemplation, refining, but also clamming up, like holding back a little bit of insecurity coming in there. So you may have felt like different plot points coming through for you over the last 15 years were constantly trying to push you out of your shell a little bit. But even like showing up in terms of personal development as a page, it's like you didn't quite feel strong enough to put it out there. But by the end of a story, there's usually some kind of thing, and I just can't help but look at this page of Earth figure, and it just feels like you're kind of found a way to vulnerably and shyly show yourself, but still like standing out there doing it. Okay, and then more plot point stuff for this next 15 years. Five of Waters. Ooh. Not coming with temptation too. I mean, you're definitely more forefront and in the world in this phase. But there are griefs, there are potentially losses that you might go through. And I wouldn't say what any of those are, because you're all going to experience that in different ways and different veins. But some loss that happens, whether that's a relationship, a job, a family member, a friendship, literally someone's life, a pet, a home, you know, there's so many different things to be experienced as losses, a sense of yourself. Like, I mean, it doesn't have to be anything specific, but there's something you're going to be grieving that I would imagine is a big thing that impacts you pretty big, in a pretty big way, because it's showing up as like this main plot feature. And so that does, interestingly, as it like relates to temptation, it does feel like you may have moments where you want to numb some pain or numb some grief. And so that temptation is taking on a whole new layer now too, that glamour, that seductive energy, glamorous energy, whatever it is that presents itself may be something that's easy to escape into, because you're not, you know, it's hard to process or want to face or deal with certain grief. But there's still this part of you that is trying to become more wise and think through things and connect to life in a mature way. But sometimes we don't gain that wisdom and maturity. Sorry, someone's car alarm's going off in the background. I hope that doesn't pick up. Sometimes we don't gain that. And that was such a disruption. So that does confirm what I was about to say here, is like, sometimes we don't gain that wisdom and maturity till we go through some things that were kind of a little difficult. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, it's like I feel this King of Air in different ways. I do feel you showing up quite being present professionally, but like personally, I feel some escapism coming through, and that temptation really starting to compete with you holding your wisdom and showing up the way you need to show up. But by the end of this, it's like you'll overcome that. You'll have gone through some things that, you know, can be hard, but ultimately strengthen you to really stand in, you know, being wise to the world, not just wise in your position or wise in a certain category of life, but being like really wise to the world. And but you can't be wise to the world unless you know you've gone through some I don't know, gone through some things. So yeah. Okay, so let's get a couple of cards for the Cancer cycle upcoming, just to give you some direction for that. Destiny. So some very big moments, pivotal moments could happen that feel very destined, that were like in, you know, it was in your stars kind of feeling. So there will be big moments for you during this Cancer cycle, standout moments. Isn't it interesting? Sometimes like the greatest things and the most difficult things kind of can coincide and happen around the same time. Kind of feels like that here. And teamwork here. And interestingly, in this deck, teamwork doesn't mean collaboration with others. It means keeping your mind, heart, and soul in alignment. And that might be where, you know, this is guidance coming through, where you're able to maybe more quickly become wise to certain glamours. Is like the king is showing that like you're very, at least developing a lot of wisdom in the intellectual realm. But heart and soul are the things that are supposed to lead us and give us the direction and tell us what's right for us. And the mind is supposed to figure out how to do it, be the tool that, makes it happen. And so you may find yourself running away with your mind, like your mind taking over, which is like ego taking over, saying like, this is what I'm supposed to do. And having to learn some wisdom about how to make your mind take a back seat to getting the direction from heart and soul, and to that being some kind of key you're learning a lot about in this cycle, about how to open to more direction from heart. But I do feel, with that 5 of Hearts, that you may be trying to ignore your heart a little and escape from it because there's things it needs to process. It is interesting. I do feel like that will be a big thing coming through, of like really learning how to like face what your heart needs to face, so that you can find that better alignment and not let your mind and its power sort of run away and create some ego traps too. But yeah, what a powerful journey that 15 years will be. I really see some standout, big, destined, impressive moments, some really deep wisdoms that you naturally hold, but that also you develop as well. And to develop something big, we have to go through the big things too. So that's, I think, what that is about. So, all right, that's where I'm going to leave you guys. I hope this was interesting. It's definitely a kind of like a fascinating topic, and one you have to sort of take a leap to be on board with. But it's one that I've really intensely watched for a long time now, and just have a lot of feeling about it. So I hope this was interesting. I hope it resonated, and wish you all the best with finishing out this cycle and moving into the Cancer cycle in 2025. And then I will be back. I'm taking a break, so I will be back a little bit later, couple months into 2025. So I'll see you in a little while. Hello, Cancer. Welcome to your reading, where we are going to be looking at sort of a compare and contrast of this past 15-year cycle that's had a little bit of like a Gemini overlay to it, and then comparing it to the upcoming 15-year cycle, which has a Cancer overlay to it. So it'll be definitely an interesting reading for you guys, because things will be more amplified for you guys this next 15 years. You're kind of in the hot seat for sure. Okay, so if you haven't watched the intro, go watch that. Otherwise, you won't really know what I'm talking about. So once you've done that, come back here and we're going to jump into this. If you watched that universal reading, I'm doing it a little differently just because I have to get through 12 of these. So I needed to do it in a way that was a little quicker. So a little bit of compare and contrast. So as if I were summarizing almost like a book of each cycle, we're going to be comparing different components of it in that way. So looking at sort of like what was the vibe, the overall, I guess you could say, genre of the Cancer period for you guys, the Cancer 15 15-year cycle. Oh wait, I'm doing the wrong, hold on. The wrong deck. The World. There's a lot of cards that are repeating, which I guess makes sense. Okay, so the World. So Gemini period, and then in Cancer period. Patience. Ooh, nice. Okay, I'm gonna get all of the main cards out first, and then we'll kind of get into it. Okay, main character energy, or like what kind of self-development is going on. We've got Queen of Water for the Gemini period. Page of Fire for the Cancer period. And then kind of main plot point for the Gemini period, or phase 2 of Waters. Man, so many cards are continuing to come out in multiple piles. 9 of Fire, yeah, crazy. Okay, so let's look at these a little bit. Oh, I need to move these over. Okay, World versus Patience. I don't know why the World here for that Cancer phase feels almost like a historical or like a period piece drama kind of vibe. Whereas the Patience, which in a lot of tarot decks would be Temperance, feels more like it could be a modern, it could be a historical figure, but it's like a close-up, intimate, like character study is what it feels like, which makes sense because you're kind of like in the spotlight. So it's like the essence of a character study, like you're studying yourself, you're being studied, you're getting in tune with yourself. There's something much more intimate feeling with this next cycle, whereas the last one, like a historical drama with like this broad picture of the past, or like a lot of like digging into big picture stuff, a little bit more detached, a little more big picture. Yeah, it's interesting. And then so in this past cycle, showing up as like doing self-development in the Queen of Waters is sort of like you may have been needed a lot. You may have felt like you had to be a support for others a lot, which is, as a Cancer, you naturally do that well. It's sort of a default mode you're comfortable with. At the same time, because there was like development around this, you may have been really working to define those boundaries of reciprocity, because of the Two of Waters also showing up. Like what kind of support and showing up for others was enriching, and where did that become like I was taken advantage of, or like boundaries were infringed, or I was a doormat. So you may have felt like this essence during the past 15 years of like really getting broad strokes, big picture understanding of your historical patterns around how you came to be someone people were dependent on, or how you put yourself in positions of always supporting others, or this need to be needed as well. Yeah, I'm like doing a lot of reflection, a lot of like almost like if you wrote a memoir about yourself, and so had to look at your past and then like starting to see connections and patterns that you started to become more and more aware of around why you need to be needed, or how you came to be needed so much, or the depth and meaning of having support systems in life, how to develop better boundaries around being a doormat, really understanding when it's worth being a support and developing supports, and when that is not going both ways, when it's not reciprocal. So yeah, a lot of energy around that in this past cycle. And with that Gemini overlay, it's like a lot of information and like analyzing that, I feel like. So coming into this new Cancer cycle, it is like more focused on you. I think you're finding your flow, you're finding that those balances, those ways of being, of making life flow, of handling all of the things, and like knowing in any given moment the right response, the right boundary or the right openness, the right heart opening or backing away, the right giving versus receiving, the right, just like really dynamically feeling an intimacy with like being in more flow with life, more responsiveness with life coming through here. And something about that, because I feel like that's coming about because of certain things you mastered, it's allowing you to lighten up a little bit, to be a little bit more playful, to be a little bit more playing with expressiveness, playing with creativity, trying different new creative things. Ooh, I have to sneeze. It didn't come. Okay. Just being open to feeling and seeing yourself in different ways. I don't know. It's just like a lightness of spirit coming in here. And then that 9 of Fire plot point, like main plot kind of thing here, is again, like I felt a lot of reflection in this past cycle, and it's coming up again here, but in a way that feels more, again, intimacy comes up so much here, like so much closer to, yeah, so like in that Gemini period, I feel like the reflections you were doing and those patterns you were identifying felt more big picture, really foundational things. Whereas like here in this Cancer cycle, the kinds of reflection, and you guys love doing reflection, like Cancer is really like, that's something you enjoy doing, journaling, reflecting, and it feels more enjoyable here. It feels more like you're getting into intricacies, like really integrating certain capacities, integrating certain skills and wisdoms and potentials, because you're just like up close and personal with life. You're like in it, but not in a way where you're lost in it, in a way where you're still aware and reflecting and literally patient with life, but you're like really close and intimate with it, and it's allowing you to like get into some nuance, to really move from big picture pattern understanding to more nuanced, subtle, intricate reflections and integrations that are allowing you to enjoy life a little bit more, see it as a little bit more adventurous and open. And I don't know, and like her looking at these stars, it's like having your eye on the prize, like there's something specific maybe. And even where this 14 is positioned on patience, and there's like a big main star kind of in back of her, it's like maybe there's like a really specific aim or goal too coming through here. And worth saying, because I said it to Gemini about their last phase, and I think in some ways it applies, you know, you're very different signs, but it would still apply to you guys in certain ways, is that like, you know, in that last phase, in that Gemini phase, like you see Gemini as in your 12th house or shadow house of spaciousness and art and shadow work and whatnot, and Gemini sees you as in its house of value and pleasure. But with Cancer, it's like you see Cancer as you, and Cancer sees you as it. And so it's like the sun being on your ascendant kind of thing, if you know what astrology means, where it's like life is what you make, like it's up to you to make life what you want it to be. There's something about this 15 years where there will be a learning journey to be the one to take control of life. No one's going to make your life what you want it to be. You have to stand up and make it what you want it. It's up to you to create the life you want. And this cycle will push and push and push on that. And a lot of times it takes us till the end to really get that and understand it. So a little cheat sheet here for you. Like the sooner you can recognize that when I take control during this overlay and take action and make things happen that I want to have happen, and not wait for them to happen, not wait for conditions to change, not wait for someone to come into my life or someone to do it for me, the sooner you can drill it in you that like in this overlay, the more I take assertive action and claim what I want and be a little bit selfish in that regard, the more headway I make and the more success I find in this overlay, in this Cancer phase. Okay, so ending, let's get a couple of oracle cards to give you guidance about this upcoming Cancer phase that is, yeah, I mean, it's your energy, your tone. So Psyche, yeah, don't be scared to dig deep. Don't be scared to dive into your unconscious. That's where you're going to get into really juicy, subtle understandings and integrations about yourself. And just be. I like that. That sort of really picks up with that kind of rising sign tone that feels here. It's like, don't like get in touch with who you are, what you want, what your essence is, and just exude it. Like don't try to make yourself, you know, because there is a selfishness being asked of you in this overlay. Like don't try to fit in, don't try to please others, don't try to be something you're not, be who you are. There's some guidance coming in here around that, where it's like the more authentic to you that you are, the better this will go as well. Oh, excuse me. All right, that's where I'm going to leave you guys. I hope this resonated. It's definitely like an interesting topic, but wanted to leave you with something, yeah, cool while I take a little break. And yeah, I'm going to be gone for several months from my YouTube world, but I'll be back at some point early in 2025. So good luck ending out the Gemini cycle and good luck stepping into the new one. And I will, yeah, see you guys in a little while. Hello, Leo. Welcome to your reading where we are going to be looking at some really big picture things. I'm going to do this a little different than the universal reading I did in the intro, which, just preface, if you haven't seen the intro, go watch it and come back. You won't really understand this reading if you don't do that. But if you did, if you've been to the intro and you did stay for the universal reading part, I'm doing these by sign ones a little bit differently just because I have 12 to get through, so I needed to come up with a version that was a little quicker. So I'm going to be doing kind of compare contrast of the Gemini cycle versus Cancer cycle that we're coming into throughout, sort of giving a summary of what this past 15-year Gemini phase has been about versus what the upcoming 15-year Cancer sort of phase is going to be like for you guys. So let's jump in. Let's look first at the kind of overarching vibe or tone of things. I've sort of been saying like this might show the genre, but more so it's like an overall sort of tone coming in. Okay, so this cycle you are just ending out. What has this been about? Oh, I have the wrong... No, I don't have the wrong deck. This card's in the wrong pile. Sorry, I segregated these by like major arcana, minor arcana, and court cards, and these are supposed to be the major arcana. Okay, so Gemini cycle. This card keeps coming out. There is something almost universal about the Tower card in Gemini season that's interesting. Okay, it's taken on like a very different flavor the couple times it has already come out. So I want to get a few more cards out to see how yours is its own thing in your reading. Okay, so now in the Cancer cycle. Star, have fun. Okay, getting kind of like main character energy, or kind of like the personal growth you've been going through. Page of Water in the Gemini cycle, and then upcoming King of Earth. That's interesting because that was the card that initially came out that was wrong, so it's cool that it still came out. So King of Earth, and then sort of main plot energy for the past cycle. We've got Three of Earth and this upcoming cycle. Feeling this one, Three of Fire. Okay. So in this cycle you're ending out, it may feel like there have been some pretty dramatic changes. For some of you, it could have felt like early on, like closer to the start of the Gemini cycle, which was 2010, maybe there was some huge upheaval that happened, some really big pivot point in your life that kind of like you walked away from an old life, or your old life fell apart. Or for some of you, you may have felt like the past 15 years in general has brought shakeup after shakeup, where it's just constantly been this like reorientation. Trying to feel into it with these other cards. Like in one of the readings it came up in, it felt sort of like an epic, and another it felt like a war story. In this one, neither of those come up, and I'm trying to feel what that is. It's like trying to find yourself, like your center, like who are you? Constantly like pivoting to rediscover something new in yourself, and continually like peeling an onion and never not quite feeling like you're getting to the core of you. And so constantly kind of shedding aspects of yourself and your life to find yourself. And you've had to, in terms of self-development, really work on being lighter and more playful in order to do that. Otherwise it would be too hard to like constantly try and discover who you are. Like you've needed to stay light in order to do that. And so there has been sort of a playfulness. There has been this willingness, or at least there's been self-development around, that's not always easy, but like some development around willing to be a beginner at things, around willing to stay open-minded, around willing to discover new parts of life and self. And especially because this is the Page of Waters, like on an emotional level, staying very flowing, very open emotionally to see where life is flowing, playful in terms of seeing where the waters of life, where the flow of things are taking you, just being open to, like also just being open to even like starting to understand your emotional nature and what, being able to even tell what different like when you're feeling different emotions, like identify them. Sometimes that actually, like as adults, we have to like rediscover that, relearn that. So yeah, it does feel like there's been this self-development that's asked you to stay open-minded, to stay light, to stay a little bit playful and willing to be a beginner in certain ways in terms of finding yourself. But plot point, I think there's actually been like a lot of work. I think there's been a lot of maybe jumping from job to job in some way, and through all of those journeys, those being things that helped you to find different dimensions of yourself, different professional relationships, different professional duties, different working, skills you've developed in work. I feel like it's maybe been through the realm of work that you've constantly been like revising yourself, rediscovering yourself, pivoting in life. So it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of you have been through maybe like a lot of different jobs or different roles within a job, or just experienced a lot of learning different skills for a job, but things that constantly have shown you new dimensions of yourself. But almost like not quite fully dropping in. I don't know if it was necessarily like a lack of commitment. There was just like something that wasn't, I don't know, like the gravity never kept you like clicked in somewhere, if that makes sense. But now moving over into, but the thing you have learned is like you've learned about your layers, you've learned about your dimensions in this. It's like a self-discovery story here. And then coming to this next one, it's like that gravity now is felt, like you're clicking into something, right? And you're standing out at the same time. All of those disparate skills and experiences have been coalescing, and finally they're like merging to be something specific, giving you some specific sheen, some specific standout quality or skill, or there's something that's standing out though, and I think it's because you've really explored all your dimensions and now been able to like unify them into something that can be sort of like communicated more succinctly and coherently. And there's gravity, and you're sticking in, and the self-development is around finding wisdom in your pragmatism, finding wisdom in playing the long game, in having long-term objectives. And I do like seeing the King of Earth against the star, because the last time the star came out, it was like there was some naivety. There was a page here, and that's its own story, which is beautiful and great. But I kept feeling this pang of like, you know, that sign being thrown in, and it was in the past cycle, but like kind of being thrown into the deep end sometimes, like life throwing it into things. But as the king, it's like, no, you're deciding what you step into. You're deciding, you have the wisdom to navigate kind of being in a star position kind of thing. And I'm trying to like think of what kind of story this is. This to me feels like, and this is more like interviews I've heard. There's probably some book or TV show or movie that would correlate to this, but I can't think of one. But like, I have heard a lot of interviews with, you know, say like an actor where they're like, you know, in the interview, it's like, when was that moment where you really came into your success and that turning point? And they're like, there wasn't really a moment. It's been a slow burn. Like, I've always been here. I've always worked hard at that. I've always been good at this. But it was just like, whatever, the stars aligned, and suddenly what I've always been doing is what people wanted. And that's what it feels like. It's like you're stepping, like what you do is now being looked at. Like, people want what you've always been doing. And so like suddenly thrust into the spotlight for something that you already have depth and gravity to is just further bringing some development of like, okay, all of a sudden now that this is wanted, how do I anchor this and make long-term goals with this and grow this in a really practical, pragmatic, grounded, structured way? And sort of like business-minded. How do I become business-minded about this now that I have some success coming my way? And do something responsible here, because I already have my gravity here. I don't need to do a lot of development on what people are looking at. I need to make these more long-term goals and projections and strategies and be smart about this. So you're really developing this sort of this side of you that probably has craved to be able to work on longer term, you know, like work on strategy and stuff, but you haven't been in a situation where you could really pull that out. And then 3 of Fire, it just like confirming like your ship coming in. But this confirming too that like whatever it is that you start to get recognized for is like something that lights you up. You know, sometimes all of a sudden people will discover something about us and like it gets thrown in the spotlight, and it's like, well, that wasn't, yeah, that is a part of me, but maybe it's not the thing that's the most passionate thing I've wanted to do in life. And so you have to like navigate that, some dissonance of like, well, how important is this to me, even though it's like so important to others? But here it's saying that like with that 3 of Fire, this is the thing you've wanted to be important, and now it is important. So it's like your ship coming in. But I feel like where the plot is and the challenges, because in any story it'd be boring if it was all just like hunky-dory, is you trying to navigate like, well, how do I make this more concrete? How do I create business plans with this or strategy with this and take it, play the long game here, and like really developing and going through challenges around that kind of thing. So yeah, very cool. It does feel like a pretty big switch in story for you guys, like more than any of the other piles so far signs. It's like, wow, it's like very, very different stories. Okay, so to end this, we're just going to get a little bit of advice for this upcoming Cancer phase. Just rewind, sorry, stepping back a little bit before I go there. There are things here that make sense to me. So like how Gemini sees Leo. So the environment it wanted to put you in. Leo is the third house of Gemini, which is about communication and pollinating life and creating possibility and connecting and communicating. And that did feel a little bit like this story. And the way you see Gemini is 11th house stuff, where it's like networks and finding freedom and breaking into your originality. And that kind of matches the story that came out here versus the way Cancer sees you is its second house of what it values, what it finds pleasure in, and how you see Cancer as your 12th house of sort of glamour and art and mysticism and etherealness. So there's something a little bit more, I don't know. It does feel sort of like your value is really, people are looking at it here and you're kind of eating up the glamour of it, I guess, is sort of the thing coming through about that. Okay, so let's get some advice from a couple of oracle cards about this upcoming cycle for you guys. Do this one, sensation. Sensation to me is it's one way we can tap into our perceptions, and this form of perception is about really being able to anchor into embodiment and the here and now and what is real and tangible. And that is a good advice coming through, especially the way you guys see Cancer, as it's like a little bit in your shadow, a little bit in the glamour of things that can get out of control because you can't see it very well. Where it's like, stay grounded to the, and especially with that King of Earth coming through, which is what is the self-development is about here, where it's like, stay grounded. Like really, the advice coming through from the cards is saying like, this will all go better for you if you can stay grounded, really stay connected to what's real. Don't get too lost in the fantasy, the stardom, the illusion, the falsity of things. Some of that isn't real, even though it's blissful in a way. So do make some effort, especially with that King of Earth being what you're supposed to be developing in yourself, to stay grounded, to stay connected to what feels and is real. Okay, and then from the Inner Compass cards, authenticity. I love that. Yeah, and stay connected to what is truly you. Again, when you can get swept up into a little bit of glamour or popularity, it can be easy to start conforming to what others want from you. And this is saying what they want from you and why they started looking at you or wanting what you have was due to something that was authentic. So don't change that. Stay connected to what's real in you and about you. So beautiful. All right, that was a cool reading. Definitely an interesting topic, so I hope it was interesting for you guys. And yeah, that's where I'm going to leave you. I am taking a little bit of a step back from YouTube until next year, so I will see you in a little while. So good luck with ending out this Gemini phase and stepping into the new phase. And yeah, I'll see you sometime early in 2025. So, all right, see you guys. Hello, Virgo. Welcome to this reading, your reading, where we are going to be looking at these really big long-term cycles. So the past 15 years has been under kind of like a Gemini influence. And starting in 2025, we will change to the new what I'm sort of terming like an overlay of Cancer influence. And so we want to kind of do a compare and contrast, see sort of the story, broad stroke story that you've been involved in the Gemini phase and what is coming in this next 15-year phase. If you have not watched the intro, please go back and watch that. This may not make sense unless you dive into that as well. Okay, so I'm going to do it a little bit different than the universal reading I did in the intro, just because there's 12 signs that I kind of need to get through. So doing a little more abbreviated version, but still really diving in. So kind of compare and contrast. I'm going to do everything sort of at the same time, get all the cards out, and then sort of dive into these. So looking at the overall kind of vibe, or what I've been saying as like, what's the genre of this story that you've been in. So looking first at the Gemini phase that we are currently ending, star, and then at the Cancer phase coming up, and Emperor. That's it. We've had so many repeating cards. The stars come out a few times, but this is a new one, so that's interesting. That's fun to see. So Star and Emperor. Then we're going to look at the kind of like main character energy, or what was the personal development in this phase and in the coming phase. Gemini phase. Woo! Well, this one flew over in my hand. That one's come out a lot too. Page of Fire. Okay. And then in the coming Cancer phase, Messenger of Water. Beautiful. Okay, and then looking at sort of main plot point for each plot objective. Okay, for the Gemini phase, got Six of Water. That one has also come out quite a bit. And then for the coming Cancer period, got Ace of Fire. Okay, so taking a look first at this Gemini phase story, we've got Star, Page of Fire, and Six of Water. Very interesting concoction. And just, I'm sort of giving this little overview for each sign too, is like, there is an element of like how you have seen Gemini and then how Gemini saw you. Kind of adds to the story. So for you in your chart, Gemini is at the top of your chart around career. So like personally, this emphasis on like mastering something or really focusing deeply on something. But Gemini sees you down in its roots and its home system. So it kind of wanted you to kind of stop progress and deepen into life, really create foundations and nourishment and soul and depth in life. So also kind of taking those things into consideration. Yeah, with the Star, the genre here, it feels very different than how the Star has come out in some of the other piles. It feels sort of like, especially with that Six of Waters connected to it, which is a little moodier, a little more introspective. To me, this feels, that Star is more of, I've kind of been reading it in some of the other piles it's come out in as like standing in a position of popularity or coming into some fame. But for me, I'm reading more of that Aquarian association to the star, where it's like seeing something about your future, planning for the future, having some envisioning of the future, and really putting yourself into evolving life, into the evolution of things, into finding some innovation in life. So it does feel like, genre-wise, to me, this one feels like a little bit almost like sci-fi, like you're trying to tap into, like, you know, part of sci-fi and fantasy, those kinds of realms, is like really opening yourself up to possibility, like really breaking the rules, breaking out of what is, and really imagining things in very different ways, very experimental ways. So it feels kind of like sci-fi genre on top of you guys a little bit, in that the story that has been going on. And being a little bit like the self-development, needing to be in this position to be like very open-minded about that, to experiment, and that makes sense with like projecting into the future or projecting into realities that don't exist, and imagining different kinds of realities and paradigms and whatnot. Like, you do have to be in this very beginner's mind in terms of creativity. And so allowing yourself, like, some of that self-development was like allowing yourself to imagine things that aren't yet, that imagine things that have never been conceived of. And you have to be in this place of being open to beginnings, of being open to possibility, and not really relying on any past expertise or past norms or past wisdom or past anything. Like, just really opening yourself up dramatically to a completely different conception of life. Not just of yourself, but of like what life could even be, or what life is, what consciousness is, kind of here. And then the plot point with the Six of Waters, it's interesting because that is the one that came out for the current, I think, if I'm not misremembering, but like the current Gemini phase universally was like the same card here. And it feels similar, like unpacking, really having to go in and unpack elements of the past to remember and dive into, but it's very personal, like dive into personal history, dive into personal remembering of life, in order to unpack it and in order to understand your psyche a little bit more, unconscious things, in order to understand like why you became who you were, so that you could imagine something very different, is what felt like was going on in this Gemini phase for you. So moving to the upcoming, the Cancer 15-year phase that is approaching, I think you've identified something. You got into a depth. You did find a certain depth, and you did find a certain vision, I believe. And now that is going to help you to anchor into that Emperor energy that is able to come in and bring in a totally new order. So speaking of like imagining a new paradigm, this is implementing the new paradigm. So this Cancer phase is going to have you building out, like taking practical action and assertive action to build out your life in a very different way, but taking things by the rein, really taking them into your grip and taking control of things. So this genre feels like looking at, I don't know, it's like, I don't know that I would necessarily put like a period piece on it, but those are the stories that are coming to mind, like seeing a new emperor coming into being and how they shake things up or like really change things, or really make a name for themselves as some kind of leader for things. So if there were to be like a movie about who really, like Alexander the Great, I think he, or Marcus Aurelius or something, like someone who really made an impact, like really held their gravity, held on to that command and rulership with a sense of respect. So it's like a biopic on like someone like that. That's what this genre feels like to me. But it's like, you're that person though. So there is this kind of I don't know, force to be reckoned with around you. Like you're taking things by the rein. You're making life happen. You are organizing, creating, and charging into and dominating life with like a clear vision, with clear directives, a clear sense of command. And I love the lion showing up on this emperor specifically, which also in this specific deck adds like a Leo element in there too, of like strong leadership and respect and honor behind that. And then the personal development with the messenger of water is taking assertive action, but letting your heart lead you, not like the new order and the way you're leading and the way you're, you know, going in and taking charge of life isn't in this like super intellectually strategic and plotted and overly constructed way. It's like you're really allowing your heart to lead you, and really developing something in you that is willing to charge into life, is willing to expand life and conquer life and push into new territory, but like different than the page, where the page kind of is just like open to anything, and so life, it can be thrown into things by life. This is sort of like, you may not be an expert at what you're doing, but you have the clear directive of what you want to do. You're choosing what you're throwing yourself into, and you're allowing your heart to lead you in that, which is developing you in this very kind of, it feels like a very artistic way. So there's this interesting, because we also kind of felt some archetype energy in the genre. There is this interesting energy, and I feel like maybe that's why Marcus Aurelius came up, is like, he was an emperor, but he was also like the general, and he was also like conquering, and not that I love that energy, but you know, like he was an emperor and like a knight or a general, or, you know, what the messenger in this deck is like the knights. But there is this thing of like willing to forge into new territory, but ones that you identify and have intention with, but it's your heart identifying it, and it's your heart making intention. And so in the undercurrent of it all, it's sort of like really creating this new order and command in your life that's somewhat like artistic or poetic in nature. And then that gets further solidified or confirmed here with this Ace of Fire as like the main plot point, is like allowing your passion to lead you. Finding power in passion, finding magnetism in your passion, finding real clear, specific intention, which really brings manifestation your way, which really brings, it like organizes things around you. It's like you just have to show up with that spark, that light, that vision, and things start to orbit around you because you're holding the gravity of it. So it does really feel like that biopic energy of a very kind of impressive magnate energy. So very cool. Okay, so to end this, we are going to get just a couple of oracle cards to get some advice for the new cycle you're going into. Anima. Yeah, I love that with the messenger of water too, where it's like the logical side of yourself has found a certain wisdom, and I think it's because you were made to really get in touch with your depths and your soul in this past cycle. You've really identified how to communicate with your yin side, with the side of you that knows how to connect to heart and soul, that knows how to be connected to intuition and just like a more, I don't know, just like that more intuitive energy that knows how to move through. But this would also indicate that like you may be moving through unknowns, through unseens, through terrain that is corruptible because it's like in the dark. But it's like you've really developed a relationship with your intuition, and that's the thing that helps you to move through that dark yin, enriching energy in a way that's not corrupting, in a way that brings empowerment and that pulls you out the other side by finding your inner light rather than trying to attune to external light or follow external light. It's like really being able to check in with your own heart and your own self and your own soul and navigate through sort of, unknowns, but like very fertile, rich type places, but places that if you aren't connected to soul and heart can kind of corrupt too. So stay connected to soul, stay connected to intuition. Don't get too into mind or chasing external things. Just stay connected to your personal inner light with that Ace of Fire, your inner knowings with that Emperor, that vision you have. Stay connected to what's internal to direct what you do externally. So that's, advice coming from the cards. And then we've got from the Inner Compass Monkey. I love that. Stay playful too. I love seeing that because there are some very, gravity. There's a lot of gravity to this that could get serious, that could get, and then also with the Messenger of Water that could get a little moody. And it's like stay light, stay playful, stay connected to intuition and soul and heart, but also have a little bit of fun in here. Also find some playfulness that will really bring some levity, bring some movement, bring some flow to things. And that makes sense because in Cancer, like you see Cancer in your 11th house, which is like networking and innovation and progress, and then Cancer sees you in its 3rd house of communication and community and information, and those 2 houses are very movement and light and energetic and a little bit playful, and so they both want movement, and I think that monkey energy will be the thing that helps to create some movement there. Okay, that's where I'm going to leave you guys. Really cool reading. Definitely a unique topic, I know, so I hope this resonated with you guys. I hope it makes sense. And as said in the intro, I'm going to be taking a little bit of a break until after the new year, maybe even a couple months into the new year, but I will be back in some form or fashion once my new website is completed, and so it'll be a few months. So good luck finishing out this past Gemini cycle and stepping into the new Cancer one. So all right, see you guys. Hello Libra, welcome to your reading where we are going to be looking at sort of the big picture, broad stroke summary of like the story you've been in terms of the last 15 years, which has had sort of a Gemini overlay on it, and then comparing and contrasting the one that is going, a new cycle that will be starting, a new 15-year kind of progression of things that will be starting in 2025 with more of like a Cancer overlay. So definitely go watch the intro if you haven't, otherwise you may not completely understand what's going on here. But let's dive into this. We're gonna get all of the cards out for both of the stories and then kind of do a little, dive into each of them, compare them a little bit. Yeah, so first pulling out kind of the overall vibe, or sort of what I've been calling like the genre of this, if I were to summarize them as stories. Okay, so for Gemini, for you guys, we've got Empress, that makes sense. And then for Cancer, for you guys, and Justice. Okay, and then we're going to look at sort of main character energy, or what you might call, what kind of like personal development do these phases push. So current one that we're ending with Gemini, let's take the top one. We've got Page of Earth. And for the next phase coming up, I feel like I keep eyeing this one. We've got Messenger of Water. That's interesting because this one was the other card that came out with Page of Earth. So I did want to be present here. So Messenger of Water. That also makes a lot of sense, but we'll get into that in a minute. And then kind of main plot points, energy for each of these. So for the Gemini cycle, that one wants to come out, Four of Air. Okay. And for the coming Cancer cycle, Eight of Water. Okay. Fascinating. All right. Let's dive into these a little bit. Okay, so I need to overlap these a little. Okay. For the cycle you're ending that has had the Gemini sort of overlay on it, we've got Empress as like the main vibe or genre. To me, this is feeling, in terms of like a genre, this kind of feels like a little bit of a biopic, like really spotlighting a specific, because this is very archetypal energy. Like some of them don't feel, or like, I mean, I guess they could all have archetypal energy, the major arcanas, but this one feels like a persona, like you, whereas Justice feels more, at least the vibe I'm getting off of it feels more like a more broad genre. This one feels like this is about you for some reason. And so it does feel like a biography or a biopic type of energy here. And really about you coming into understanding sort of like your form of creativity, your form of making life feel fertile and alive and vibrant for you, for what works for you, like really getting in touch with yourself kind of thing. So some sort of biopic where it doesn't even have to be a famous person biopic, but just like a really intimate portrayal of someone and their discovery of themselves. almost like, you know, and I know this is more about like a little girl, but that might actually fit with the page of Earth here, but like Secret Garden where Mary Lennox, she starts out kind of like a sourpuss, but by the end she's really made this beautiful garden come to life, which is sort of a metaphor for her own, like finding the creation that lives within her, the fertility that lives within her, the connection to life and beauty that lives within her. Kind of feels like that sort of a story has been going on. I mean, almost literally, especially with this page of Earth coming up, of like really having to shed any old constructs around who you've thought yourself to be or who you have been, and to sort of be reborn, but in a way where you're very like connected to, and you know, with the Earth here, like connected to embodiment, connected to what's real and tangible in life, and really like reawakening to what you can make your reality through being connected to yourself in a very embodied way, in a new way, in a revived way, in a fresh way, that allows you to feel a sense of possibility and potential in life. Yeah, it definitely feels like that. And that makes sense because like how Gemini sees you guys puts you in its 5th house of like recreation and leadership and creativity. But then how you guys see Gemini is in your 9th house of like pushing your boundaries, exploring, seeking, philosophy. So some of you could have done a lot of globe trotting over the last 15 years, or you know, that 9th house has a lot of philosophical things. You could have like really changed your what you know, your belief structures, what you believe about life, or philosophies you believe in, or really kind of uprooted and torn out old ones to revive and refresh and to nourish new philosophies about what you believe about life. What is your guiding star about life? I'm sure that foreign travel can kind of do the same thing, change your beliefs, broaden your perspectives, really push your boundaries of awakening to the beauty within. And then this plot point 4 of air just shows that there's been a lot of contemplation, a lot of needing to still your mind, think things through. Yeah, just like navigate life by getting really calm in your mind to contemplate things and find the things that resonate to you once you can like really center in yourself. So finding the truth of who you are and what life is to you and what you want through some contemplation and stillness, and yeah, finding just like a little bit more calm energy in your life too. So then moving on to this new story that will start in 2025, we've got Justice, Messenger of Water, and Eight of Water. Let me just sit with that for just a second. It feels like there's a mission, like there's some kind of mission. Definitely a mission you're engaged in, something your heart is directing you toward. It's like taking on a cause or taking on a I don't know that I want to say a battle, but taking on a specific mission, like a mission or a cause, is really coming to the forefront, and really feeling passionate, especially from your heart, like a heart calling is coming in. A mission your heart has called you on, a cause your heart is pulling you into. And it could see you with the plot point being the Eight of Water. It could see you, and I think this is going to be in very different ways because you've already gone through a pretty big overhaul in the last 15 years in terms of discover, you know, like potentially leaving certain versions of beliefs about yourself and about life to come into a more flourishing sense of self. But there's another kind of thing you're leaving in this journey with Eight of Waters. There's something you're leaving behind. Yeah, I mean, this feels like, in terms of a genre, like being involved in maybe like a legal drama, or being involved in some kind of cause-oriented drama. And it's sort of about like finding a way to let go of things, of something. This feels so mysterious to me. I don't know, like, of any of the piles so far, I'm like, what is happening here? I might need to pull out one more card because I'm like, what is this? Something's still just like not clear to me. So I am going to pull one more card for you guys with the plot point. Like, how does Eight of Waters and justice relate? What is that connection? Three of Water, community. And justice. What are you guys up to? There's a lot of water energy here. Messenger of Water, Eight of Water, Three of Water. And then we have this justice energy, which is a little bit more about reason and logic. Well, okay, so you may be, this cycle may be about really finding your true sense of balance in life through being willing to find your soul tribe. There's some seeking aspect of you. It's like your heart is calling you on a mission to find your soul tribe. And you might find that through certain communities, through, you know, advocacy you become involved in, or causes you become involved in. I feel like it's getting involved in something in the world that takes you to some community that, like, you really create heart connection to. But it's going to have you leaving a certain way of life that has been probably already feeling like it's not resonating with you. But because this is like this 15-year journey, it's like, I think there must be some pretty deep entanglements around things. But you are this, you know, the Eight of Waters, and as a plot point, does show you needing to like find some surrender and being able to walk away from things. So there may be challenges for you to sort of let go of, I don't know, like old aspects of life that create any obstacles for you to be really engaged with these sort of communities that you come into. That really feel like kind of heart and soul tribe. And there may be like choices, that's what it feels like. There's choices that are going to be really hard, I think, to make, to really follow your true path versus the path you had already been following, or that was laid out for you, or that people are already counting on you in certain ways. And it's like, how do you choose what's right for you over like disappointments, and to yourself or disappointing others or those kinds of things. So it does feel like this story of like really finding a way to really claim what your heart is calling you to and what your heart leads you to. And being put in positions where you have to make decisions that are difficult in some way, and that have you having to leave certain things behind because of those decisions. But ultimately you find by the end of that cycle, or all throughout, maybe there's multiple things that happen, that each time you make those decisions in line with your heart, it brings greater and greater balance into your life. Okay, so, and this does, like, there's a lot of deep seeking here, internal seeking here, and that makes sense because for Cancer, you see Cancer up in your 10th house, which is about like building integrity and focus and mastery in something. So really having to sometimes be in these positions where you're holding a lot of responsibility and accountability, the others, wanting to feel responsible to others. But Cancer sees you in its 4th house, and it wants you to sort of deepen and connect into more soul and depth in life. So instead of like moving forward or spreading in life, it wants you to kind of stall and go inward and downward and connecting to soul. So it's like, and it's the greatest vertical, that line of 10th and 4th house, that, so there is pressure there, but it does feel like that, like saying yes to the soul things and having to maybe like, walk away from certain responsibilities or certain prominence or certain successes, that kind of thing, to really follow your heart and soul, whatever that may be. And it may, so anyway, let's get a couple of oracle cards to end about this next cycle coming in, just some guidance from the cards. We've got Air, which is so fascinating. But talk about balance, because, justice is reasoning and, deliberating things using a combination of like logic and intuition. But then you have, in terms of personal development and plot, there's so much emotion, so much water going on here. So I feel like the Air is saying, like, don't forget to, I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem to connect into feeling and emotion and intuition, but don't forget to use a little bit of reason and logic as well. Don't leave that behind. It can be a tool. It can be helpful to establish greater balance. And then from the Inner Compass cards, we've got Intention. Yeah, I love that. Like really not getting lost. And I think that even directs into the Air thing, like not getting so lost in, like, sometimes emotions can create a lot of, mine can do this too, but because there's this huge emphasis on emotions, like our emotions can create a little bit of disturbance and turbulence and clarity of things. And it's sort of saying, like, if you can find that balance of mind and heart and find that alignment, that intention will become more clear. Turbulence will settle. Things will just feel more clear. I feel like you'll be more clear about what you're wanting, where you're going, what your intentions are. So find that balance between mind and heart, type of thing, mind and emotion. Okay, that is where I'm going to leave you guys. Super interesting to see how all of these are turning out. Definitely a unique topic, so I hope it makes sense for you all. And yeah, like I said in the intro, I'm going on a little bit of a hiatus so I can finish a big project I'm working on. And I will be back sometime in the first few months of next year. So I'll see you guys in a little while. Good luck finishing up this cycle and the Gemini one and stepping into the Cancer one. And yeah, I'll see you guys in a little while. Hello, Scorpio. Welcome to this really unique reading. We are looking at some big cycles in life. We're about to end a 15-year cycle that's had sort of a Gemini tone to it, and then about to step into a new 15-year cycle that has a little bit of a Cancer tone to it. So looking at sort of the broad strokes, if I were to summarize like a book to someone, what does that look like for each of them? What are we finishing up and what's the one that we're about to step into? So we want to take a look at that for you guys. If you have not listened to the intro, please go do that. This will make so much more sense if you do. Okay, and if you did watch the intro already and you also watched the universal reading, I am doing the by sign ones a little differently just to get through them, since there's 12 of them, a little more quickly. So I'm going to get all of the main cards out for each of the cycles, and then we'll kind of dive in and compare them a little. Okay, so the main overall tone, we've got the sun for the Gemini cycle is sort of like, I've been calling it the genre, but it could also just be like the general vibe of things. And then the Cancer cycle, we've got temptation. There are definitely cards that have come out over and over again, and both of these are those. So there are like some universal threads coming that have been going on. Okay, now looking at like main character energy, or what is kind of the energy going to be around personal development due to these cycles. So in Gemini, Queen of Fire. I love seeing that because this one has not come out yet. I feel like we get the same ones over and over, and this is a new one. Queen of Fire. And then in the Cancer cycle, we are getting King of Water. Beautiful. Okay, and then main sort of plot point within each of these. Okay, so for the Gemini cycle, let's take this top card. We've got 10 of Fire. Okay. I think that kind of makes sense for some things I already would share. Okay. And then in the coming Cancer cycle, a main plot point. This one, and we've got 2 of Water, and that's one that has come out a ton as well. Interesting. Okay, so let's dive into these. We'll start with that Gemini phase that we're ending. So we've got the Sun, Queen of Fire, and 10 of Fire. This feels, in terms of genre with the Sun, it feels very different than the other time the Sun came out. It feels, what is that genre? It's like, it's kind of like a self-discovery genre, like someone, not quite a coming of age, because I feel like those coming of age stories are more like teenagey. And the Queen of Fire here makes this feel more, oh, you know what it feels like? It's like there, it's like people, like, I don't know what you would call the genre, because there's this story probably fits in probably any genre, but the story, like the theme is something becomes illuminated about who you are, that makes you make sense of life in a new way. It's like some obscure thing about who you are or where you came from or about something in your history was like obscured. For some of you it was like hidden, but for some of you it was just like obscured, like you didn't see it or something, or there just wasn't ever the right circumstance for you to see it in yourself, like became it's like it turned on, like Arthur pulling the sword from the stone, or someone learning they were adopted when they didn't know, and it like makes so much sense. Like, I never did feel like I belonged to this family, something like that, where it's like, oh, there always was this thing that was off, and now I see it, and now it's, like clear. And it allows you, like, so it's like been this journey, even if it wasn't something really specific like that. I feel like something, you connected to something in yourself that made you understand yourself in a much more sort of like bright, successful, beautiful way. And it helped you to really take command over like loving yourself and showing up with more warmth and more encouragement. And so like doing a lot of self-development on feeling inspired and loving and showing inspiration and love and feeling encouraged, hence encouraging to others. So a lot of development around that, because something was like illuminated to you during this phase. That said, the plot point here was like a lot of work. You may have felt like life was relentless the last 15 years. Like no matter what you did, whether you were working, whether you were staying home with kids, whether you were healing from an ailment, like whatever it was always like, there was always just like a lot to it, a lot of work, a lot of moving pieces, a lot of busyness, a lot of pressure, a lot of, it just feels like having to be really engaged in juggling a lot of things in life, many balls in life constantly. But something about that has built some character in you. Like there's grit that has developed some grit in you that parallel to this personal development of more, encouragement and warmth and inspiration has not only illuminated something to you, but like really turned you into a winning kind of figure. So very, very cool. Definitely like a lot to hold with that 10 of fire, but it makes sense because if you look at how like you see Gemini and how Gemini sees you, like Gemini puts you in its 6th house of like day-to-day tasks and productivity and work. So I feel like part of the 10 of fire could be that. And then like you see Gemini in your 8th house of unearthing things and power dynamics. And I think that's where that was coming from, where it's like something became illuminated you weren't aware of. So for some of you, that could have been like some psychological digging or something got unearthed. But it's like you reconnected to kind of some life force that hadn't been flowing or connected, or recovered from certain traumas, or just discovered something about you that unearthed whole pieces of puzzles that you weren't aware of for you. Yeah, that makes sense. So, okay, moving on to the new phase that's coming, the Gemini 15-year phase. We've got temptation up here for you guys. And you guys are coming into a little bit more fun of a cycle. So Cancer sees you guys in its 5th house. So like the environment it's putting you in is like more leadership and recreation and finding heart and courage and putting yourself in the spotlight. But you see Cancer in your 9th house. And so for you, there may be things where you're like really pushing to understand what you believe about life, what are your philosophies, but there could also be like a lot of foreign travel if you're interested in that kind of stuff. So it is a little bit more of like a vibrant energy from last cycle, but let's look at like how that is interacting in terms of like Cancer being the energy too, which is a little bit homey and vulnerable and whatnot. And so the genre, we've got temptation, personal development or main character, King of Water, and then plot point with 2 of Water. This feels like a relationship story to me. One that's helping you to develop a lot of wisdom from your heart. One that's developing sort of a more detached elder view of love and relationship in this kind of like undertone and environment where there may be secrets, where there may be some power dynamics. You know, you are Scorpios, so power dynamics always, you know, come into play in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, so there could be things that you're learning a lot by either psychologically digging to understand a lot, or by going through some things that have some that have a psychological component to them, uncovering secrets, dealing with love triangles, dealing with relationships that maybe you know aren't quite right for you, or you know, just certain things, or as a couple, like getting lured into doing something that then changes your dynamic and you kind of wish you hadn't done something. I don't know. I mean, there's so many versions and ways that could play out, but it does feel like a relationship story to me, with the 2 of Waters being the plot point. So like ultimately what's going on here is like really learning how to find, nourish, respect, and attend to that person or those people that you recognize yourself in, that feel like your soulmates, that feel like your soul people. And this isn't talking about community like soul tribe. This is like one-on-one relationships. So there could be many one-on-one relationships. Relationships can be business partnerships. They can be spouses. They can be, you know, advocates for you, attorneys, real estate agents, anyone who's advocating for you. It can be a relationship with a family member, a deep relationship and a friendship. So I think there's like a lot of relational stories here, but you're also like learning through some psychological stuff, how to like see through the sheen of things, see through the facade of things, and really find the heart of things, and really find integrity, how to show up with integrity, how to find people that show up with integrity. But through it all, you are bringing out this side of you that has a lot of heart wisdom, and you're also developing that in an even greater way. So you are showing up very regal, very wise, and further enhancing that capacity within you. Yeah, so very interesting. Yeah, okay, so let's get to end. We're going to get a couple of oracle cards for advice about this next coming cycle that you will step into in 2025. Mysticism. Oh, I love that. I'm gonna see what the book said, like their interpretation of mysticism. Here it is. Let's read this. Spontaneous, vibrant, primeval. This is our mystical, archaic self that connects us to the origin of all things. It is a spiritual reach towards the universal cosmological dream mythology that reintegrates us into the truth of ourselves. It is the discovery process of the soul through the symbols and narratives of the superterrestrial that take us on a flighted journey, the disentangling flight from our earthbound selves to deepen and savor the mystery of life, numinous, mysterious, visionary, freedom. I like that wording, that disentangles us from our earthbound selves. That feels very present in what overall is going on here. It's like, where do you feel, even with that temptation, because that in a normal deck is the devil, it's like, where do you feel chained by norms in your heart? Where do you feel chained or trapped in certain ways of being in relationship, or authentic or trusting in relationship? And how can you disentangle yourself from these earthbound norms and find a little bit more mystery, a little bit more heart, a little bit more soul and mysticism and intangible, nuanced, subtle beauty? And I think that's where it's like you're plugging back into like how you see Cancer and how Cancer sees you. It's like, that's like how you're broadening your perspective of life, is like untangling from those earthbound expectations and finding flight into something more free, more heart and soul centered with that Cancer energy. Beautiful. Okay, and then let's look at an inner compass card. Nourishment. Yeah, it's all about learning what nourishing relationships feel like, and how to do that, and what that means to you and what that means to another, and like really tuning into the depth of things in that terrain, and that pushing your beliefs about things and your sense of creativity in things. And it just feels like very heart opening at the same time. Okay, that's where I'm going to leave you guys. Super interesting reading. I always love reading Scorpios because you guys have such like intense energy, and it's fascinating to me. So I love digging into you guys when you let me. Anyway, so yeah, fascinating reading. I know it's an interesting subject matter, so I hope it made sense to you guys. And yeah, that's where I'm going to leave you guys. Good. I'm, like I said in the intro, taking a break until a little bit into 2025 so I can finish up a huge project I'm just like way behind on. So good luck finishing out the Gemini cycle and stepping into the new Cancer cycle. And I will see you guys in many months, probably 4 or 5 months from now. All right, see you later. Hello, Sagittarius. Welcome to this very fascinating reading where we are looking at these really big cycles, tapping into some really big cycles that I kind of tapped into by another astrologer that I've been following for years, and they really fit. So go to the intro if you have not watched that yet, because this reading will likely not make that much sense unless you really understand more of the context and nuance about what I'm talking about in terms of these big cycles. So we are going to be looking at a 15-year cycle that is ending this year, that kind of has like a Gemini flavor to it, and then looking at the next 15-year cycle that starts in 2025 that has a little bit of a Cancer flavor to it. And to do that, I'm sort of reading it as if I were going to summarize a book. So we're going to get like a genre or general vibe card. We're going to get a main character card and like a plot point card for each of those. And then we'll do a little compare and contrast here. Okay, so for Gemini cycle, what was like the main vibe or overall sort of genre coming through? I'm feeling this one. The Hierophant. Beautiful. Okay, so in the Cancer cycle, what is that main vibe or genre that is coming through for Sagittarius? Transformation. Okay. Now let's look at main character energy. So for the Gemini cycle that's ending, what is that kind of personal development been pushing on? Got Messenger of Error. Okay, and then in the next coming cycle, what is the main character energy or personal development that will be pushed on with that? Messenger of Water. Okay, and then the last for each of these, we are going to get sort of like the main plot point around all of this. So for the Gemini cycle, this one wanted to pop out. We've got 8 of Earth. Okay, and then for the coming Cancer cycle, we've got 6 of Water. This card has come out so many times. Definitely some universal threads. There have been a lot of cards that have come out multiple times. You have a lot of cards that haven't been out before. The only ones that have were the Messenger of Water and 6 of Water. Okay, but let's jump into this. So let's look at this cycle we're in and ending. So Hierophant as sort of the main tone, or we might look at it as like a genre, definitely has that feeling of like the like being in a training or something, being you know, like that energy of like being in school or being somewhere where there are like authority figures you respect that you're like training under. So I even think of like, you know, in terms of a genre and a story, I think of like you know, one that's centered in like nunnery or monks or something like that, or in the more fantasy realm like priestesses, you know, in a temple or something like that. But it does feel to me like something you've been training, you've been working at, you've been working to improve something, to learn something in a big way. For some of you, you may have transcended that and turned into the teacher yourself, or the person that was able to sort of like be a guide. But I do think even if you were to get to that point or did that a little, there was still probably an element where you were still working under mentorship or training or learning in some way. Because it's the messenger of air, it feels more like if a page had come out, I would have said like, oh, a lot of you have probably been in school, but that was kind of a broad thing to say about like all Sagittarians for 15 years, you know. But with that night energy or the messenger of air energy, it feels like, I don't know, it's like some kind of subject matter or something sort of captured your attention and you took the initiative to really put yourself into it, to really learn something or study something, but it was like, it feels more self-directed in some way. So even like, you know, in the Gemini phase, there has been a lot of information and like learning opportunities, whether that's like all these immense amounts of like master classes and workshops and this and that could be something you did a lot of, like even just on your own time and here and there. But it feels, instead of just sort of like learning this and learning that and like, oh, I'll go to a cooking class there, or I'll do learn this knitting here or try that, like less dilettante and more focused, like, oh, I'm really into what's something unique, like shamanism. I really want to learn shamanism, or I really want to learn yoga. It's like training like more specifically and more intently and more seriously in certain things. It doesn't have to be one thing. It could have been, you know, because it's 15 years is a long time. It could be a handful of things, but it's not like, you know, 20 things you've done. It would be like 3 or so. Could be 1, could be 3, but like more focused, more intent, and it could have been more self-directed, or you could have gone to more overseen training. I think whether you did go to like more in-depth training is probably something you all would have wanted to do, but sometimes work or resources get in the way of that. So some people maybe have the opportunity to do more involved training, but some of you, because there have been such access to learning in different ways, have maybe just sort of done self-directed training, had like intense interests that you really dove into. And especially with that 8 of Earth, I wasn't even taking that into account, and all of a sudden I'm like, okay, let's get to the plot point. That is training, that is mentorship, that is really working on a skill. So that just comes through here. It is this like story of kind of like the initiate, you know, like really focusing and working hard at something to gain a skill, to gain a certain wisdom, to gain certain knowledge, and with that, because the Hierophant also brings like a value element, like it's like not just learning a skill like you're a craftsman or something. It's like learning something that also has like values integrated into it, something that has like even like a cultural aspect to it, like, you know, training to be a yogi, something like that is what it feels more like. Or, you know, I mean, it could be like a more specific, you know, artisan type skill, or skill that's not really like value or philosophy or culturally centered. But I think for a lot of you, it could have had that element to it. And yeah, just like really putting yourself into it, opening your mind, pushing your mind, being very assertive and self-directed and learning. So it does, yeah, I mean, it just feels like the the initiate story here. And I would imagine after 15 years, you've come out, as you end this, like you really have a beautiful kind of wisdom and knowledge and some kind of fascinating expertise that may not necessarily be like career centered. It's like, but there's something you've really enriched and made skillful about yourself on, like, from the inside out, right? Okay, so moving on to the next phase coming, I've done this for all of these too. I have to sometimes rewind for a minute before I move on. What's interesting to me here is, so looking at how you see Gemini and how Gemini sees you also kind of integrates into how I'm reading these. So Gemini is your 7th house. So the way you see information and learning and communication and connection is your balance point, is the thing you seek in relationship that helps harmonize you, helps mirror things about you to yourself. And that's the same with Gemini. Gemini sees you in its 7th house. And so it looks to you for mirroring, it looks to you for relationship and harmonizing. And so I do feel like with that messenger of air coming through, there were probably, and also the violin coming through on the 8 of Earth, because I always want to talk about harmonics with the 7th house, is I think you've probably developed a lot of balance within yourself, found certain balance points within yourself with what you've worked on. Maybe you've developed some really rich, harmonious relationships within that. But more importantly, especially because this violin is kind of like a tree and earthy, I feel this more as like something about what you've been focusing on and learning has really tuned your own harmony, helped you to find your own balance and resonance and yeah, that kind of thing. But there certainly could have been some relationships you worked hard on as well, that potentially allowed you, maybe there were some relationships that allowed you to be engaged in this kind of initiate mode. Yeah, that would make sense. That gave you some stability with that 8 of Earth, that brought you stability to really put yourself into something. Yeah, for sure. Okay, moving on, let's look at what the new Cancer cycle is bringing. And so right off the bat, you guys have transformation. Yikes. It's good, don't worry. In a normal tarot deck, that's the Death card. So that makes sense because in Cancer, you see Cancer in your 8th house of transformation, death, the psyche. It's all about death as a metaphor for like renovating yourself, for unearthing, going down into the depths, into the psyche to witness where your life force is stuck, where traumas haven't been processed, where you're leaking or hoarding power, understanding how to share. And it really is this process of uprooting, of diving into unconscious territory, into the psyche, and kind of like the phoenix rising from the ashes, or renovating a house or something. It's like going through that process breaks you down into certain ways. It's like alchemy. It breaks down, lesser metals into component parts, does some alchemy, adds different ingredients, changes the chemistry to make, taking silver and making it gold. So this process, it is hard. Renovations are hard. Looking under the psyche is hard. Looking at power dynamics and empowerment is hard. But it is a process of building you, re-empowering you, re-plugging you into having a better capacity to have magnetism and seduction and this thing that helps you to strategically share with others, that bring feedback loops of sharing. It's about, at the heart of it, there is this thing about shared resources. But under that contains a lot of trauma, a lot of stuck things, a lot of psyche. But by the end of this Cancer cycle, you will really have a deeper understanding, I believe, of like what your empowerment looks like, what being more precise and strategic and sharing looks like, what building magnetism and wealth looks like, rather than debt and trauma, right? Like really getting to see those psychological patterns that are hard to witness or understand, or having even a desire to look at those is about. And so, yeah, the genre here is like a psychological thriller to me, or maybe not a thriller. Let's see what else we have. I don't know, it could be, but a psychological film anyway. And with the messenger of water, your heart is pulling you into this. So self-development is like coming through following your heart and being active and assertive in answering its call to action to you, and putting yourself actively into life, engaging in these sort of potentially intimidating things, potentially hard to face things. But the other thing, we would never decide on our own to just be like, I'm going to just out of nowhere dive in and do this depth work and this psychological work. Usually there's some kind of allure, seduction, or mystery that draws us in. So this is actually a mystery. This is like a mystery to me. And there's some kind of thread with that messenger of water that your heart is like tugging on. That it's like, what is that thread? What is that mystery? And it's like leading you into rabbit holes, and you're actively pursuing something. And it's the mystery, and that allure is actually pulling you into yourself, is actually pulling you into your own psyche, to witness, to uproot, to unearth, to renovate. So there is a lore. So there is like this richness. There is this thing there that it has like, there's a sultriness here for sure. Oh, and especially with the Six of Waters. Oh my gosh. Yes, definitely. There is like a sultry energy here. There is intrigue. There is power playing out. This is an intrigue story for sure, with that Six of Water being the plot point. It is. It's going into nostalgia and memory. And it's playing with memory. It's playing with uprooting memory, with the transformation. There's memories maybe you haven't wanted to remember that you've stuffed down. There's maybe even understanding what memory is and diving into the subject matter of memory. But yeah, there's like a really I don't know, there is like a definite intrigue thing going on here, and it could even be like diving into other people's memory. Like you may even be training to become like a psychotherapist or something, and learning how to work with memory in general with people. It may not even be your own. But that messenger of water is something active. It is something, I feel like I would see a queen or king more if you were like acting as a therapist or something. It's not out of the question with the messenger, but I feel like it's like you're chasing something, you're researching something. So it could be that, more of that like investigative journalist kind of energy. And you're detangling your own memories as you're detangling the history of something else or another person's memories to understand something. So there is, I don't know, there's some intrigue here. Fascinated. Yeah, and I'm trying to see, so like you see Cancer in your 8th house of that, you know, power, empowerment stuff, intrigue stuff. But Cancer sees you in, let's see, in its 6th house of work and lifestyle. So that is interesting that it kept coming up to me like these roles, like a therapist or a journalist or something. So there is some important aspect to purpose and work that the environment is going to put you into too. So I do feel like that's why that was coming up. These like really kind of specific roles. I feel like you're dropping into some kind of role here to do some intrigue work. But it is work, right? Yeah, very fascinating. I'm liking it. Okay, let's end this. A couple of oracle cards to give you some advice on the new cycle coming. Okay, so from the Supra Oracle, this Cancer phase coming, we have perseverance. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. There is intensity and there is work there. It does feel a little taxing, to be honest, but taxing in like that really good way, in that way where it's like obsession. But even though there might be obsession and compulsion that's driving you, it's a lot, right? There's something deep you're diving into, and it's creating a lot of work and a lot of complexity, and so it does require perseverance. It does require you to put one foot in front of the other, keep going. You will get there. Like it's, you know, it's a 15-year journey. This is a marathon, not a sprint, so take your time. I feel like the advice it's giving is like one foot in front of the other. Don't try to hurry things. Be methodical, thoughtful, measured, principled. Don't try to sprint through this. Don't try to hurry things. Just one foot in front of the other. The good news is you have obsession and compulsion here, I feel like. And so you're in it, like you're willing, you're very much engaged. So the perseverance to me isn't so much a warning of like, oh, this is going to be really overwhelming for you. It's like, take your time. Don't rush it more because of that obsession and compulsion. Don't take things too quickly. Like, slow it down a little bit. Okay, let's get an inner compass card as our last one. Feeling this one. Flow. Yeah, I like that. Don't force things to happen. Don't push things to happen. Surrender a little bit to each new rung, each new avenue you're directed onto. Like, let life pick up a little bit of that weight of how much you're going to be sort of putting yourself into, how much work you might end up having on your plate, or intrigue you get yourself into. Like, don't try to hold it all yourself and control it and force things and push things. Like, be a little bit gentle with this. One foot in front of the other, take it slow, and notice where life is naturally leading you. There's usually going to be something to that. Okay, that's where I'm going to leave you guys. I hope this was interesting. It was very fascinating for me to see. So if this did resonate, give a shout out. That said, like I said in the intro, I'm going to be taking a pretty long break in order to finish up a massive project that I'm way behind on. So I will see you once that's done, which is probably going to be a few months into the new year, so several months from now. But I will be back in some fashion. I think things will probably change a bit, but I don't know what that is yet. So anyway, good luck finishing this current Gemini cycle and stepping into the new Cancer one for you guys, and I will see you in many months. Hello, Capricorn. Welcome to your reading where we are going to be looking at the big picture of a 15-year cycle you're ending and a new 15-year cycle that you'll be stepping into with the dawn of 2025. The one we're finishing has sort of a Gemini overlay on it, and the new one has a bit of a Cancer overlay on it. Please, please, please go watch the intro if you have not yet, because it will make so much more sense what is going on here. Okay, so how I'm going to do this is I'm going to be almost reading this as if like very broad strokes, top level stuff, as if I were like summarizing a book of what each of these phases are about. And so I'm going to be getting all of the cards out first, and then we'll kind of dive in and do a little compare contrast. Okay, so this first set of cards is looking sort of at the overall tone of these cycles. I'm kind of looking at it almost as like the genre, holding the genre. So for the Gemini cycle that's ending, we've got Call, which is Judgment. And for the Cancer cycle incoming, we have High Priestess. Okay. Oh, I know what that Call is about. Oh, I can't wait to get to that. Okay, now we're going to pull sort of like main character energy, or in reality for this reading, it's more like what's the personal development sort of energy that will be coming up because of these. Okay, so for Gemini, we've got Queen of Water. Totally makes sense. And for the Cancer cycle, we've got Messenger of Water. Okay. And then for kind of the main plot point for Gemini cycle, we have Ten of Earth. Oh, nice. Okay. And then for the upcoming Cancer cycle, we have Seven of Fire. Okay, so let's dive into the cycle that's ending. This Gemini cycle started in 2010 and will end this year. And so Call, or Judgment, is the card of Pluto. And Pluto has been in your sign since 2008, which is a couple of years before this cycle started, but it's been in here the entirety. It dipped out finally this year for a few months into Aquarius, but then went into retrograde and dipped back into your sign. But in November, before we get to 2025, it moves out for good into Aquarius for about the next 20 years. And that Pluto energy that has been entangled for you over this cycle is all about breaking down life to renovate it and rebuild it and reconnect you to your life force, to your empowerment. So anything, I feel like over this Gemini phase, there's been a lot of potentially there's been losses, potentially there's been a lot of psychological work, but potentially there's also just been like a lot of things you've maybe purged or let go of in life that felt like they were just not you anymore. But in general, that Judgment card also shows where we are learning, we're going through some kind of curriculum, we're learning some kind of lesson, and we hit our head against the wall over and over and over and over again until we finally get something. And then when we do, it like awakens, like we have that epiphany, that aha moment, and we awaken to certain things, and we transcend certain things, and ascend in certain ways in life, overcome certain things. And yeah, so I do feel like that's been heavily entangled in this cycle for you, where there may have been not a ton, but multiple moments over the last 15 years where you've had these major epiphanies, where you felt like you broke down and then broke through in some way, where you graduated something that was like really tough for you to get. In terms of personal development, you have been probably pushed to, because Capricorn is like one of the lesser emotional signs, and then we have the Queen of Water, which is like the queen of emotion. So I feel like this cycle has pushed you to get in touch with self-care, to get in touch with what nourishment feels like, how to nourish your soul, how to find confidence in knowing how to do that, and then being able to show up as a very nourishing force. And that's something that's been entangled there, in terms of like lessons you've been learning. Like, to be able to face or go through curriculums, you had to become this person, this very nourishing force in your life. And then the plot point of 10 of Earth showing up definitely to me indicates that a lot of you have probably found a way to really find the thing that is like your, what builds your legacy, what you maybe have worked really hard over the last 15 years to build legacy, to get traction and movement and influence and interest and things flowing around your material life or something professionally or work-wise. But yeah, like really trying to get like a motor attached to what you do in order to create more substantial gains. And I would imagine with that call card coming in here, it's been that may be something, because this is our plot card, where you've hit your head against the wall over and over and worked yourself to death, or had some failures and then some little successes, and then failures and then little successes, sort of like that 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. But I would imagine by the end of this, you've found that way, like things are now flowing. But you've also had to learn how to be more patient with things and do things in a little bit more of a soulful way instead of a really like calculated way. Really to get through the marathon that this has been, having to learn how to nurture yourself, how to find tenderness and gentleness, because this was a marathon and this was a really aspects of this kind of psychological journey. So But I would imagine by now, like like this feels like you're graduating. You've found a way to get traction and movement for something you care about, and you've really dropped into knowing how to like really nourish yourself in life in a much more gentle, fluid way. So moving on to this next, and let's see, so Capricorn, Gemini sees Capricorn in its 8th house. So like environments you've been in, oh, that's another overlay, like how this ties in specifically to this Gemini cycle. Gemini sees Capricorn in its 8th house. So it was putting you in environments of, power constructs and psychological work and power dynamics, and having to deal with just like the realm of power and shared resources and power dynamics and psyche. And then you guys see Gemini in your 6th house of work, which is that 10 of earth here, which is about like, okay, but how do I create systems? How do I create productivity and use and purpose in life? So that all comes through there. So yeah, I feel like you've probably been through a lot of ups and downs in that, but you've likely feel like maybe at least by the end of the year, some kind of graduation with this is coming through. So stepping into this next cycle, the Cancer cycle, puts you much more in relational territory. You see Cancer in your 7th house of relationship, and Cancer sees you in its 7th house of relationship. You guys are opposites. So the realm of relationship is coming up for you big time in the Cancer cycle. And let's see what the cards are with the genre here. We've got High Priestess. So this does feel a little mystical, like a genre that's a little bit more mystical, a little bit more potentially in that fantasy realm, just because the High Priestess connects so much to like intuition, and intuition isn't really a tangible thing. It's something you have to feel and listen to, and it's this unseen thing. So there is this fantasy component coming up, versus in the last one more of this I don't know, it feels like a personal story of transcendence or transmutation or something like that. Definitely a little bit more of a fantasy element coming in here with the High Priestess. And with that High Priestess really having to navigate and understand what intuition is, because you're dealing in relational territory where there are a lot of unseens. There's a lot of like having to tune into what trust is and how to have trust and build trust and recognize trust. And there is a lot of intuitive energy in navigating that, a lot of unseen. But with like the High Priestess coming on top of that, it's like really diving into the nuance of that, the unseen of that. And it is a Cancer cycle, and Cancer is imaginative and whimsical and is, connected to the High Priestess card, connected to intuition. So there are these, in that relational realm, there are these sort of more whimsical, imaginative threads playing out where you are really going to have to learn your intuitive side to navigate relationships in a more Cancerian, like tapping into that Cancer way in a way that is very soulful and deep and protective and has sort of like a richness to it. And then we've got the Messenger of Water. So different than the Queen of Water, where you really had to learn how to drop in and like nourish life and nourish yourself and find a sense of like centering and command with that. The Messenger of Water, which is sort of like the Knights, is more of this active, assertive force. So you may be really putting yourself out there in relationships, really feeling passionate and active about developing relationships, seeking relationships, but they're coming from the heart as well. Your heart is calling you into action to engage in relationships of all kinds, but we are talking about one-on-one relationships. But relationships of all kinds, business relationships, relationships with a family member, or a relationship with a friend, or a relationship with an advocate like an attorney or real estate agent. We have also, spousal relationship. But I see this energy of like really wanting to seek relationships, but wanting to understand. It's interesting because I love this Messenger of Water looking into this seahorse, because they're so different, but it's like they see each other really. And that might be what this journey is. It's like passionately wanting to have those heart connections, to harmonize with other people's hearts, but having to overcome such immense differences where there's like no commonality, but being able to see through that into something where you really see each other. And that takes intuition. That takes being able to see into the unseen, to see what's not, appearance level. And that takes patience. That takes a willingness to be tender. That takes a willingness to really open your heart. Yeah. So there are a lot of really rich undercurrent things going on that definitely kind of give this a mystical genre to it. And then the plot point is Seven of Fire. And so this does show some tension coming in this. Like you may feel some resistance to like diving into intuition and emotion, because there may be things where I'm trying to read the Seven of Fire in a way that makes sense with the energy that's already coming out. The Seven of Fire is like defending things you already have the high ground on, but like falsely feeling like you have to defend your position, or sometimes like accurately needing to defend your position, but not always seeing how much of a higher ground you have than others. And so there is something coming in around defensiveness in the plot point, the challenges, the tensions of this kind of story that's going to play out, where it's like, yeah, I think there's going to be a lot that you're going to have to learn in terms of like letting down your defenses, letting down a guardedness, letting down needing to be, as Capricorn, you guys do like some status, you do like hierarchies, and you do like to be at the top of that hierarchy. And this thing of the high ground, you may have to learn some lessons about, in order to really connect with others, you may need to be at the same level. And that the external life, yeah, there are hierarchies, there are, chains of command, but in relationships, that's not the most tender way, that's not the most trusting, intuitive, beautiful way to build relationships. And so there may be lessons to learn around letting go of that hierarchical attachment to things when it comes to relationships. Softening, coming to the same level, opening your heart a little better, a little more, getting in touch a little bit more with that like softer, gentler side to really be able to build lasting, trusting, beautiful, rich harmonies and relationships in life. Okay, so let's look to end this at some advice from a few oracle cards about this upcoming Cancer energy, the Seeker. This is like, so advice coming through is like, keep an open mind. There are a lot of things you don't know that you don't know here. Stay open. Continue to push yourself to broaden how you connect with others, what relationships mean. Continue to fill out your definition of what a relationship is. Sorry, those are my dogs in the background if you can hear them. A little bit of a battle here, confirming some tension maybe for you guys. But continue to seek relationships. Continue to seek what relationships mean. Continue to seek the kinds of relationships you want, how to establish good relationships. Keep an open mind, keep learning, keep pushing. Yeah, that's some advice coming through for you guys. And then from the Inner Compass cards, we've got gift. I love that. This feels like, because these are meant to be sort of like advice from the cards, it's like, be giving, give to others. There is, in terms of like that relational or seventh house energy, this knowing of like the right balance of giving and receiving, and know how to receive gifts and know how to give gifts, know how to express what a gift others are to you and receive that kind of sentiment back. Find that balance between allowing yourself to receive things. You guys are probably not great at receiving. You are more of the wanting to hold the responsibility, wanting to be the one in charge. So like receiving isn't your natural mode, but you're going to need to receive a little bit. You're going to need to soften and allow yourself to know what it means to graciously receive as well. And find the people who know how to graciously accept your gifts, your giving, right? So, and then also look at your relationships that do start to come into harmony, that you do value as gifts, and treat them as such. Okay, so that is where I'm going to leave you guys. Super fascinating. It's been so fun to read all of the signs' energies in these big cycles. Super illuminating and fascinating for sure. I know it's a unique reading, so I hope it made sense to you guys. And yeah, so like I said in the intro, I am going to be taking a pretty big break from YouTube because I have a huge project that I am massively behind on and is just requiring way more of my time and effort than I anticipated. So I have to give up a few things, and this is one of those things that until this is done, I've got to put on the sidelines for now. But I will be back sometime in the new year, probably a couple months, 2 or 3 months in. So that said, good luck with finishing out the Gemini cycle and stepping into the new Cancer cycle, and I will see you guys in many months. Hello Aquarius, welcome to this reading where we're looking at some really big picture cycles. If you have not listened to the intro, please go back and listen to that. This reading will make a lot more sense if you do. But in short, that said, we are going to be looking at these 15-year cycles, one that is about to end. We're closing out a 15-year cycle that sort of has a Gemini flavor to it. And starting 2025, we will enter a new 15-year astrological cycle, which is connected to the astrology age. Like some people say age of Pisces or age of Aquarius. It sort of is a cycle within that cycle that I'm talking about. So the new one, a new 15-year cycle coming up, will have a Cancer overlay to it, and we're going to look at sort of big picture, sort of summarizing the story of what has been and what is coming, almost as if I were like summarizing a book. So that's sort of the way I'm going to be reading this. So If you did watch the intro and you also watched the universal read I did on this, I'm going to do it a little different in these by sign ones, just to get through, I need to get through 12 signs, so I don't have an hour to do each of those. So a little bit of a compare and contrast, but I'm going to get all the main cards out for each of the cycles and then kind of dive into it. So getting the sort of overall tone or vibe using a major arcana tarot card, which I've sort of been, referencing as like maybe the genre of the story. Okay, let's see. So for the Gemini cycle, Temptation, this card has come out so many times. So something universal going on with it, both in Gemini and Cancer, but for you guys connected to the Gemini story. And then for the Cancer sort of genre or overall vibe, feeling that one, we've got Hanged Man. Okay, yeah, very, very different genres going on there, but we'll get the rest of these cards out first before we go there. Okay, so now looking at sort of main character energy, or you could look at it more at like what is that personal development that this cycle kind of brings up. So for the Gemini period, none of those felt quite right. This shuffle feels very messy, like a lot of cards keep wanting to kind of come out, but I can't take. I just really want one. That one. And we've got Queen of Water. That one's come out a ton as well. And then for the Cancer period or phase, sort of main character energy. Feeling this one, we've got King of Fire. Okay, and then last main sort of plot point for each of these. So for the Gemini phase, Ace of Air, interesting. And for the upcoming Cancer phase, Four of Air. Let's see. Okay, so let me take a look. We'll look first at kind of this Gemini one, and then we will dive into the upcoming one. So we've got Temptation as sort of genre mixed with Ace of Air as major plot kind of condition. So trying to connect to something new. And this particular Ace of Air has sort of like a Pegasus on it. So kind of like enlightenment, coming into enlightenment is what that feels like. Under a temptation or the devil genre. It always takes me just a minute to kind of feel into what that story is coming up here. It does feel sort of like more of like a spiritual journey, spiritual growth, especially with Queen of Water, in terms of like what personal development takes place under that plot. So like enlightenment, coming into more of like a nourished heart space. So it feels sort of like The Seeker, like almost like that book, Eat, Pray, Love sort of feeling of going on this journey to sort of find a new sense of self, or just, yeah, it's just like being able to lose the self, detach, detangle from the chains of the old self to really release a new sense of self. And in doing so, really having some major awakenings and really developing in a way of like finding sort of a commanding, confident sense of knowing and establishing what your boundaries are, what nourishes you, what is nourishing in general in the world, what feels good, what feels right, just like finding a much more nourished sense of self, or a nourished sense of like what you can contribute to the world, sort of thing, and sort of detangling from, it almost feels like that heroine's journey in a way, where it's like leaving the masculine world that eventually starts to feel sort of spiritually arid, and going on this journey to get in touch with self and soul and what you actually want, and like a new sense of maturity and owning your own voice and desires, and coming into something that's a little bit more balanced, a little bit more depth, but not completely leaving that kind of masculine out. So yeah, just coming, yeah, it feels like that Gemini phase has been one where you've like really, gone on a journey to find yourself in a more whole, nourished way, and coming into a lot of sort of awakenings and enlightenments about things. So that kind of feels like what that story has been about during Gemini. And just to kind of interweave a little astrology around that too. Gemini, we kind of want to look at like how Gemini sees Aquarius, and then how Aquarius sees Gemini. And that can also kind of add into the picture of what this is. So Gemini sees Aquarius in its 9th house, which makes sense like that. And because that's sort of the environment you're given, is how that overlay is seeing your energy. And it is about perspective and philosophy and seeking. So that makes a lot of sense where that was coming from. A big seeking journey. But that's kind of like the environment you were put into during this phase. Where Aquarius sees Gemini is in your 5th house of creativity and leadership. So some of the personal work you could have been doing was like getting in touch with your heart, getting in touch with what is your personal creativity, what is your the essence of your light, what is it that you put out into the world in a way that's very sacrificing, and killing off a version of yourself in order to be more whole and in the light, and giving of your light. There's a bit of a sacrifice there. Anytime you could hear, like I've heard a lot of performers talk about like when they go on stage for a play or something, it's like they always have to leave, like sacrifice a part of themselves, leave a part of themselves up there. And that feels, that performers are very 5th house kind of energy. And so there is something here where it's like you maybe had to leave a part of yourself, sacrifice a part of yourself to really shine in the world. And so there was some personal development going on for you around how to do that, what that means, what really sourcing your creativity means when it comes from a deeper place, killing off a version of you that's a little more shallow or a little lighter, or like really giving something. Yeah, so that makes sense where all this came from. Okay, so looking at the upcoming cycle, we've got the Hanged Man for genre, 4 of Air for major plot point. There's definitely a real pullback here, which that Aquarius energy, that shouldn't feel negative to you. Like some other signs may be like, oh wait, I want to be like involved in life and in the mix, but Aquarius energy loves to be a little bit detached, a little bit observant. And there is that energy coming through here where it's like time to sort of turn your perceptions and perspective on their head to try and see things from a more heart-centered place. And so, yeah, this is a period where in this Cancer phase, there's elements here where you may feel it's a little bit of a fantasy genre to me in some ways. Either fantasy or one where it's like you're removing yourself from society, like following the journey of someone who leaves normal society to become like a nun or a monk or something like that. But it could also be one that's more fantasy, where you are put in, where it kind of feels like the tone of things is like your normal world is exited and you're having to navigate a world that feels a little bit more ethereal and fantastical, which makes you have to see everything in very different ways and metaphorical ways and poetic ways, and helps you to really find your heart in how you're seeing. So if you're not into fantasy, it would be more like someone like removing themselves from normal life to go into some sort of seclusion or cloistered place. But it is going to be a period about turning life on its head a little bit to be able to see through heart, to be able to really turn your perspectives upside down. And then the Four of Air being the plot point, that's also why in some ways I am feeling that sense of like, removing from society, going into some kind of sanctuary or cloistered existence, because it is sort of like this time of like the challenges and rewards and the plot point are revolving around sort of contemplation, meditation, finding a really still, calm mind to find the balance of things, the truth of things. So there is deep in both like the genre feel and in the plot, there is like this deep contemplation going on. And it feels very, I don't know, it does feel very kind of spiritual in nature in some way. Oh, and then we have the King of Fire in terms of personal development. And this specific King of Fire has like a sun behind its head, which is showing sort of like finding illumination in things, finding enlightenment, which is interesting because the journey you just came from was sort of finding enlightenment in certain ways as well. But it's a little different this time. It's like a little bit more, like the Gemini story to me feels sort of like having hit the brick wall and almost feeling like you have no choice but to uproot life and find yourself in new ways. But it's like a little bit of like feeling lost and so having to find yourself, whereas this story is like purposely getting lost, purposely stepping back. Ooh, I have to sneeze. Oh my goodness, excuse me. And so that felt important because a sneeze came up of like, and sneezes to me, it's like clearing something. You're intentionally clearing something. You're intentionally stepping back. It's a thoughtful decision, not one that you feel like you have no choice but to do because you've hit that brick wall. You've exhausted something. Here it's like a little bit more intentional seeking, controlled seeking, more This is something you've contemplated and thought a lot about and taken intentional steps to go towards. But yeah, that personal development, we have the heart center in this King of Fires and the sun around the head, which is sort of enlightenment. So developing your heart, which that Hanged Man talks about too, is like trying to see through your heart. So I feel like this journey, whatever this Cancer 15-year journey brings up for your development, it is sort of like you are developing your heart and you are developing like a real enlightened wisdom. With the Queen of Waters over here, it was like you were developing a nourished confidence, and here you're developing kind of an enlightened wisdom. I feel like coming from Queen of Waters, moving to King of Fire, it's like you found the confidence you need that last 15 years to claim what you really want to do. And what you really want to do is this story that comes up with Cancer is intentional seeking is a journey to open your heart, which is a journey for an Aquarius. Aquarians can be a little cool, right? They're a little more detached energy. You are detaching here, so that love is more that Aquarian love, the love for the broadness of things, for the all of humanity, for the collective, rather than these like really interpersonal love kind of energies. But you're finding a way to do that on like a much deeper level and developing some wisdom around that, how to show up as like the wise one for humanity. But I think before you can do that, before you can contribute in a very enlightened way to humanity, it's like you're needing to step back to really open your heart and perceive and develop perspective that centers in your heart, and allowing your mind to really calm down, to still itself in order to do that. Yeah, that's what that feels like. Okay, so to end, we are going to get just a couple of oracle cards for this upcoming cycle that is starting at the 2025 marker, as some advice of like how to move through that, just any guidance that wants to come through about that cycle for you. And we have imagination. Beautiful. And I love that with that Hanged Man, that does bring up, you know, there is a fantasy element going on here in terms of genre. It doesn't have to be full on fantasy, but removing yourself from like normal day-to-day stuff, to be able to go into deep contemplation and meditation and whatnot. It's sort of like saying stay in touch with imagination. That's something that will keep you soft rather than kind of like, sometimes when we can detach and observe and really go into some deep meditations, we can do that in a way that's like too heavy, right? That starts to take things too seriously. Too weighted. And this is saying like keep a lightness about you, keep your imagination open. That will keep things a little bit more gentle, a little bit more nourished, because this is a Cancer cycle, and Cancer does love imagination. It does love whimsy. It does love a tenderness and a gentleness. And so I think this is some like just some guidance coming through of like how to like really stay connected to that overall Cancer energy. Is just like stay light, stay imaginative. That will help everything, like whatever you're trying to get through and open in yourself and enlighten in yourself. It will help all of that move and flow much more easily, rather than getting too heady, too weighted in anything about contemplating and, you know, like stay really plugged into imagination and lightness there. Okay, let's see what the inner compass cards want to say. Sunshine, yeah. I mean, once again, it's like keep things a little bit light is an overall guidance coming through here. Do try to have some fun. Do try to laugh. Do stay connected to imagination and a little bit of whimsy. Have a little bit of fun. I think that will, keep you connected to the overall Cancer tone, but also keep you from getting too in your head, too serious, too heavy in certain ways. Yeah, so that's beautiful to see. Okay, that's where I'm going to leave you guys. I know it's a very interesting topic, so I hope it was one that was interesting for you guys at least. Yeah, and like I said in the intro, I am going to be gone for some months, trying to finish plow through and then finish like a really, really big creative project that is just taking up way more time and effort than I anticipated. So I got to put some things to the side in order to really prioritize that. And so this is one of those things I'm needing to just put down for a minute, but I will be back once that project is done. Sometime after the new year, probably a couple months into the new year. And who knows, having that break, being able to do my own contemplations about this channel and whatnot. I don't know. We'll see what I come back with. I might do different things here. We'll see. But that said, I wanted to leave you guys with this reading because it's a big one that I've been excited to do. I was going to do it in December, but it was the one. If I was going to leave you guys with one reading, this was the one that I was like, oh, I really want to do this one. So anyway, I will see you guys, after the new year some point. So good luck ending this Gemini phase and stepping into the new Cancer story. All right, see ya. Hello, Pisces. Welcome to this very interesting reading that we're getting into. I've loved seeing this reading for all of the signs, so I hope it's one that you guys connect with. If you have not yet watched the intro, please go back and watch it. This reading won't make too much sense. It will make a lot more sense to you if you watch the intro. I'm going to, in case there are some people that don't watch the intro, I'll try and give like a super abbreviated thing. This reading, we're looking at these very, very long-term cycles. It's sort of like cycles within a bigger cycle. So if you think about the age of astrology, I'm sure many of you have heard people say like the age of Pisces or the age of Aquarius. Within those ages, there are even smaller cycles within that. And I'm looking at some 15-year cycles that take place within that are the most immediate and most present of how we feel the age. And we are ending a 15-year cycle that has sort of a Gemini flavor. And in 2025, we enter a new 15-year cycle that has a Cancer flavor. So I want to look at sort of, if I were to almost summarize a book, that's how I'm doing this. Like if I were to summarize what that story of the Gemini cycle was for Pisces, and then summarize the story of what the Cancer cycle could be about for Pisces. That's sort of what we are doing. And if you watched the universal reading I did around this, I'm doing the by sign ones a little differently to get, because there's 12 signs, so I needed to get through them in a timely manner. So they're a little bit more condensed, not too much, but a little more condensed. And I'm going to kind of be getting all the main cards out for each of the cycles and then doing a little, being able to jump right from one to the other to be able to more quickly kind of compare and contrast. Okay, so let's dive in, getting a major arcana for each of the cycles to show sort of the overall tone, overall vibe. I've kind of been using it to distinguish somewhat of if there were a genre to be attached to this, but in general, just like the overall vibe of things. So for Pisces, for the Gemini cycle we're ending, what has that vibe been? See, we've got Star. Beautiful. This has come out a lot. It's interesting. There are cards that have been coming out over and over. They haven't always been in one specific Pisces or Cancer, but yeah, there are some universal threads going on. Okay, and then for the Cancer cycle, we have, kind of feel that bottom one, the World. Beautiful. That's really interesting. I cannot remember which sign it was, but I feel like there was the same Star and World positions that came out. Interesting. Okay, let's move on though. We're going to get kind of main character energy, or sort of like what your personal growth, what kind of personal growth does this cycle bring out? So for Gemini, we have Messenger of Fire. For Cancer, we have King of Earth. Interesting. Okay. And then we are going to use the minor arcana to get sort of the main plot point, I guess you could call it. Okay, so for the Gemini cycle, we have Nine of Earth. Lovely. And for Cancer, we have Nine of Air. Okay. Oops. All right, let's get into these. So for the cycle that we are coming out of, this Gemini 15-year phase, genre is Star, plot point is Nine of Earth. I don't know why it's coming off to me this way, but this feels sort of like a reinvention story, like reinventing yourself in some way. I'm getting more of like, sometimes when the Star card has come out, it's felt sort of like fame oriented in some way. And certainly that could be attached, but more than that, I'm feeling the Aquarian association to the Star, where it's like being able to see your future differently, being able to feel hope and belief in the future. And the plot point with Nine of Earth is like finding being able to connect sort of your lifestyle and work and purpose to something that is beautiful to you, that feels good to you, that is you, and that gives you some sovereignty as well. So definitely, I don't know, it's like this reinvention to maybe find the truth about what you actually want in life, and like seeking to really connect to yourself and your dreams. It's almost like, it almost feels like this period is like you've worked hard to give yourself permission to do what you actually want to do. And in connecting that, it's led to a little bit more self-sovereignty, or at least a vision, a belief that that's possible for you. And then the messenger of fire with that personal development going on here, that's where the seeking energy I think is coming from for me, because it feels like a seeking thing going on. It's like looking, like really actively pursuing, what is it that lights me up? What is it that that actually brings me energy? What is it that I actually want to fight for in life that lights up myself, lights up the world, that unleashes my creativity? But I do feel this sense of there's been a lot of seeking and actively putting yourself into life to find this. And usually by the end of the story, right, there's something that's become, or at least is starting to become illuminated about this. You're starting to find that hope and that belief, if you haven't already. Some of you maybe have found that for a few years now. But you're starting to find a belief in your future connected to being able to live a life and purpose and do work that is pleasurable to you, and that does give you some personal sovereignty, and that does allow you to use your creativity in some way. Creativity doesn't have to be like an artistic creativity. You know, some people are creative in business, some people are creative in numbers, some people are creative artistically, but in some way of being able to use and unleash your creative truth. And it makes sense because there's also I also like to sort of weave in some a little bit of astrology here in terms of like how Gemini sees you versus how you see Gemini can kind of interweave here. And that does sort of, as I'm like now getting to that point, I'm like, oh yeah, there is something to this. So the way Gemini sees Pisces puts Pisces in its 10th house. And I felt a lot about like that being sort of an environment we're put into. And so the 10th house is sort of career, it is responsibility, it is taking on sort of boss type roles, but it's almost like being put there, not necessarily in a way that's connected to what you love. It's just the environment you kind of end up in. Versus where you see Gemini is in your 4th house. So like what you're actually trying to do and develop in yourself is to source your soul, to find out what it is that nourishes you, to find out what it is that you want to deepen into and mature in your life. And you have to find things that really connect to your depths in your soul in order to commit wholly to, wanting to do that. So kind of this tug of war of like, yeah, almost being put in star positions, but feeling like, well, even if I'm in that position, I don't know that I'm doing what gives me a belief in future, what gives me a sense of excitement in life. And so that's making me drop into myself to source, what is that though? What is that thing that connects so deeply to who I am that I can throw myself into? And I know it will create this very flourishing life for me. How do I do that, right? And so, yeah, I think by the end of this, at this point, or in the last couple of years, starting to find the answers to that. Yeah, super interesting. So moving on then to the Cancer cycle, we now have the World, which is fascinating because the new way, like the way that Cancer sees you guys is in the their ninth house of travel, of, like foreign travel, perspectives, philosophies, what we believe in life. So I'm feeling the World a little outside of its traditional tarot meaning. I'm feeling that more in alignment with that ninth house association, sort of like an environment you're put into is a lot about like becoming more sort of like pushing your boundaries to more globally understand. And I don't mean literally globally, like our world, but like a global sense, like a more filled out or broadened sense of what your beliefs are. But you're put in this environment where you're kind of put in these this atmosphere of seeking, of exploring and seeking, and maybe even being leaned on for your wisdom, and having to share your beliefs and philosophies, which then pushes you to do more seeking, because that's something that others are wanting from you. So you feel maybe some pressure to broaden your perspectives, to broaden your sense of being able to be like a guide, to broaden your sense of even world affairs, literally. So yeah, it's interesting as like a genre. Well, let's look at the plot point. The Nine of Air is a little bit of like an anxiety card. I did pick the good tarot on purpose to always find sort of that more positive spin on things. So here there is something in the plot about like the challenges and the successes have a lot to do with like understanding your mind better, being able to cultivate a more calm mind so that the stories you are perceiving and the stories you tell yourself have time to settle and have time to show their truth, rather than like jumping to conclusions or leaning into stories you've always told or assumptions. There is something about finding peace. The challenges and successes here are about cultivating a mind that is more still and more open and more capable of being patient to find the truth of things, being patient to let stories and things evolve how they're going to without you projecting, interfering, assuming, all those types of things. So there is a lot of plot around like really cultivating your mind in a way that is kind of intense, is kind of like, I don't know if you're going to be going through some like really interesting sort of training that develops your mind in really impressive and it's like a lot of capability in mind, a lot of capability in holding complex information and finding truth in complex information. And I'm feeling that like in tandem with the World. So the World and the Nine of Air in tandem is where I'm kind of like deciphering all of this from. So I don't know. I mean, it kind of almost feels like someone going through like a CIA training and then getting out into the field initially. So I feel like there's training and then you have to like put it into practice. And so it does feel sort of like following, kind of that espionage type of genre, but one that's a little bit more rolled back, where you're very intimately following someone from the start of their journey where they're training into initially being in the field. And then jumping to the personal development. It's funny, I did this on the other side too, where I forgot what the personal development was until the very end too. We also have the King of Earth here too, which is showing that like a lot of the personal development that you will come into is to be more pragmatic about things and to be able to hold a certain confidence and wisdom in being very pragmatic about things. So really developing this kind of confident and wise pragmatism in all of this. So it is interesting because I did feel this initiate thing, but it's like you already have, you guys are Pisces, so you're able to hold complexity really well already. But I feel like there's things that are going to go on in the cycle where you really learn how to skillfully do this, how to skillfully hold certain complexity and train your mind in really sophisticated ways, and then being able to show up as like a really confident leader, but a pragmatic leader too here, which is interesting for the Pisces energy, because I wouldn't always call Pisces pragmatic. But there's something going on here where it's like between perspective and mind and sort of like really sophisticated, like niche kind of training that takes place that sort of results in this really more grounded pragmatism that's very practical, principled, thorough. But seeing the big picture, there is this thing of like also seeing the big picture, which sometimes can be having to see things in a little bit of a detached, cold way sometimes. But like you're finding that practical wisdom to be able to make really complicated and difficult sorts of decisions too. Very fascinating. Yeah, interesting. Okay, so to end this, I want to get a couple of oracle cards as guidance for the new cycle that we are stepping into for you guys. So let's get one from the Supra deck. That one wants to come out. So unconscious. Yeah, and this is a Cancer cycle we're stepping into, and that can really help us to plug into unconscious things, subconscious territory. But I do feel that like really sophisticated skillfulness you're working into in this cycle is being able to like kind of understand, enter, and navigate unconscious terrain with more strategy and precision. It does feel like that. I don't know. It's funny. It does feel like this ability to I don't know why I'm getting like CIA vibes off of this. Not that like that's anything you have to touch. Like that's more of a metaphor coming through, right? But it is sort of like knowing how to understand mind, how to read people in ways they can't even read themselves, how to read complex situations in ways that that can't be done without like really specialty and sophisticated training. Yeah, it's very fascinating. Very fascinating energy coming through for you guys, but it doesn't surprise me. You're Pisces, right? You're always going to have kind of complex journeys. Okay, so, and Also, well, let's get out the inner compass guidance that wants to come through for you too first. But there is, I'll talk while I'm shuffling because these are taking a while to come out. The way you see Cancer is in your 5th house. So there are things for you where you are working to find a sense of the vibe that I'm getting from 5th house in this reading is like finding a way to step into like leadership role, just because that King of Earth came through and like the world here. There's something about like self-development around courage, leadership, and strength to do so. To really be in that hot seat of, you know, the leader is kind of in the hot seat. It's in the spotlight. It's in direct target area. But there is something about leadership, I think, that you're focused on. The environment wants you focused on sort of perspective, philosophy, global things. And just go is the inner compass thing. Yeah, I mean, this does feel like, you know, it does feel like there's some niche, intense, adventurous type of thing going on here. And it's like, jump in. This will broaden your world. Don't hold yourself back. Don't say no because there's fear, or no because there's uncertainty, or you know, because Pisces can have some energy of uncertainty, and which brings up a lot of fear in it. And that does like a little bit of escapism and does like to be removed from things a little bit in that. And I feel like this is saying like, jump into the world. That's what is wanted of you. That is your direction for this cycle. So don't hold that back. Don't try to ignore it. Just, you know, like say yes to this like really adventurous environment you're going to be plunged into. Just go. Like, you know, you're going to be, that 9th house can put us in over our head. It can bring learning with baptism by fire. And it's like, just do it, you know, just like, yes, you will get over your head. It's okay. But that's what this energy wants you to do. You'll learn on the go kind of thing here. So just like in, you know, the metaphor that has been coming through, which really is just a metaphor. If you think about, and I'm no expert, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I would assume the difference between CIA training and going into the field is very different. And you actually probably learn most of, you know, your skill sets and job by jumping into it. You know, there's only so much practice can do and learning can do before you jump into experiences and actually develop certain instincts and intuitions and processes of analysis and whatever, you know, your style of doing things. Yeah, so it's like jump in. There's only so much, maybe that's a message coming through. There's only so much training you can do before you need to just go. And the most important learning is like being in something. So yeah, very fascinating. Okay, so that's where I'm going to leave you guys. I hope this was interesting to you. It's a reading I've been excited to do. I had planned it for December, but now knowing that I have to take a break, kind of pushed it up. If I was to leave you with one reading, this was the one that really called out to me that I really wanted to do. So like I said in the intro, I will be taking a several month break. I have a huge project on my plate that's taking up a lot more time and just energy than I anticipated. And so I just really need to focus on it. I need to give more time to that. So some things had to go on the back burner, and this was one of those. So I will be back when that project is done. That said, because there will be this big space to kind of think about and contemplate this channel, I may come back with different way of doing things or totally different stuff. Who knows? Who knows what will happen? But I will be back when that project is done, so probably a couple months into the new year. So yeah, leaving you with this. I hope it's interesting. And so good luck ending out this Gemini cycle and stepping at the new year into this new Cancer kind of undertone cycle. So yeah, and I will see you in some time.